Hey y'all, happy Wednesday. Welcome everybody. Welcome. It is Wednesday, y'all. And I just wanted to do this topic because listen, it's a lot going on. I'm seeing a lot of hatred, just around and about, a little bit in the YouTube streets. It's just a lot of it's a lot of hatred going on. And I ran across something where I saw how someone in particular, I'm not going to mention their name, but how they were hating on another female, a guy, and the female happened to be me. And I was like, oh wow, another black man hating on another black woman. And I was just, like, wow, okay, here we go. Boy, stop capping, you silly. That is a cup of tea. Welcome everybody. Hey, Blacker, boy, stop capping. Lisa, Minnie, yes. Triple Headed Goddess, Rose Miles, Monica, Anita, Vicious, BBW, Renee. Hey y'all, what's going on? So, I was like, you know what? And also, one of my subscribers asked me to do this topic as well. Why do some black men hate black women? This is becoming an epidemic because, and I blame a little bit of this on Kevin Samuels because he got these black men out here, some of these black men out here doing the most. I see y'all with y'all emojis. Yes. Yes. So, and I'm just like, what is going on? Yes, crazy cat lady. Yes, ma'am. We picked crazy cat lady's topic today. And I was like, absolutely, let's do it. Let's talk about it. Because it's a problem. It is definitely a problem, and we need to figure out what is going on. All opinions are welcome. Just remain respectful when you call in. That's all I ask. No calling anyone out their names. If you disagree with somebody on the panel, please just keep it respectful. We are adults and we need to learn how to communicate effectively without cussing people out. Okay? Now, listen. This topic is always, it gets a little rough, and it just does. It's something else. And so I definitely want you guys to chime in and give your opinion on the matter. Now, I posted the question on my community tab today earlier, and I got some really good responses. I'm going to read some of them to you guys. Y'all really went in, okay? So, hey, Melanin Goddess Boo, it's been a while. Yes, Crazy Cat Lady, it's going to be a good live. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Hopefully some men call in as well. Black men, preferably. Hopefully they call in and they give their opinion as well. Yes. I don't know where Psychology Eats is, but hopefully she'll call in too. Because I know she'll have something to say about this topic for sure. Let's see. Let me go to my community tab real quick. I am loving these emojis. So cute. Thank y'all so much for becoming a VIP member. Mm-hmm. Super cute. All right. And if you would like to become a member, the link is in the description box, okay? Let's see. All right. The question I asked, why do you think some black men hate black women so much? Okay. So let's go through here and see what people had to say. Then I'm going to allow you guys to call in. Don't be shy. When you call in, just call in and just speak your opinion. All right. Someone said, let me see. Let me go over here. All right. All right. The first comment I saw was, I believe it's all coming from a place of trauma and trust that was misplaced during life. Same reason why some women are unable to allow a man to be a man in sense of trusting him and assuming he is the main category of men ain't ish, which also starts from trauma in a sense and misplacement of trust via the childhood or life experiences. That is definitely a valid point. Because I know as Black people, we all experience some type of trauma during childhood, adulthood, something. So that could be an issue as well. This one was quick PS Tuts. Look, they wrote a whole book. I'm not going to read the whole book, okay? But they made a lot of great points, okay? So, Quick PS Tut said so many reasons. Number one, social media is really influencing the Gen Z, the Gen Zs and younger millennials to date outside and make fun of Black women. Now, that's heavy. Mm-hmm. All right, number two, a lot of Black boys grow up watching their mothers raise them by themselves and struggle with no male role model. Mm-hmm. That's true too. Um, she also says, sometimes I wonder if they subconsciously feel that if no one thought their mother was worth staying with or marrying, then why should they date or marry Black women? Hmm. Now that's a word right there. That is a lot right there. Ooh, that's a lot. That's deep. That statement right there is very deep. Ladies, how your son see you being treated by Black men you date is so influential in how they perceive Black women and their worth. That's true. Without a strong male to emphasize the beauty and worthiness of Black women, it's easy to devalue them and look outside the race, especially with social media pressures to avoid Black women. Okay? Yes. And those that are like Kevin Samuels are helping to do that. Okay? All right. Face most men want women to who most men want women who other men deem attractive because men are very competitive. With all the negative attention Black women get, it's almost seen as a disgrace to love, date, and marry Black women in many cases these days. Sad. Mm-hmm. Number three, she said self hate and colorism, which I believe starts in the home. All the jokes about calling your kids too dark takes a toll. Why someone wants to date or have kids with someone who has the same skin as their own if they were made fun of as a kid. That's a big one. Huge in the Black community. Colorism is huge. And it stems from slavery, if we're very honest. Definitely. It stems from slavery. And the slave masters caused us as Black people to, you know, have colorism issues, have self hate issues. Okay. I believe Black women and men struggle with colorism and texturism. I also heard girls in grade school talking about they wanted kids with good hair. Now, that is a fact. Yes, absolutely. hmm If I'm honest, I have said those things. I have said I want my kids to have good hair. I never had, an issue with skin color. I don't care about that, like the complexion of the skin. But I did. I'm not gonna lie. I have said that I want my kids to have good hair. I've said that. Right. Number four, inappropriate relationships with mom. I believe some boys grow up resenting their mom for not staying with their father, even if it may be the father's fault. They often take it out on their moms, which leads to hating black women as an adult. Well, hmm um, yeah, I'm gonna just go ahead and finish what she wrote. She made a lot of good points. Sometimes moms spoil their sons out of guilt for not having a father in the home. Facts. I've seen it time and time again. It's done out of love, but oftentimes raises entitled, lazy men who expect their women to treat them the same as their mom. Yep. This often causes friction in a relationship because the black woman wants to leave, but the baby mama is used to being spoiled by his mom. More no, but the baby mama. I'm so used to saying baby mama. The black man is used to being spoiled by his mom. Okay. I see so many siblings where the sons, brothers will still be at home at 35, but the sisters went to school, got their degrees, good job, etc. Mostly because those girls were told, get your education, you can't depend on a black man. Facts. Not in all situations, but a lot. This is very true. Not all are gold diggers. Some black women just want their equal financially, and it's hard to find over a certain age. Yes, and that is something that Kevin Samuels definitely speaks about as well. There's definitely a difference in the way black sons and daughters are raised. It causes a divide with roles and expectations. That's very true. Okay. So she made a lot of great points. I also want to read Simply Sharon's point as well. Facts. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Let me jump in the comment section. Hey, everyone. Welcome. Hit the like button. Right. Exactly. Some black men. Yes, psychologies. Welcome. Trying to catch up on y'all comments. Hey, Nola girl. Hey, KT. Yes, I see y'all with y'all cute emojis and stuff. Yes, okay. So simply Sharon says, I honestly think it is possible that they had a horrible experience and they might assume that we all are the same. The stereotype is that we can be loud, we can be disrespectful as far as intelligent daggers, okay? We know how to stand on our own 2 feet most of the time, and we have no shame in deciding that someone doesn't fit with what we want for ourselves. I feel like most of us know what we want and we know what we don't want. And honestly, I'm the type of person where I don't have the patience for a man that can say he doesn't like black women. I agree. There are so many good black women out there who have just stood their ground and it is betrayed as an angry black woman. Those men who are saying they don't like black women are not worth the time or energy, period. I love that I'm a black woman and there are plenty of great black women out there. Even the evil ones have a pure side to them that we may not see, but I hate that statement with a passion. I'm raising 3 boys and I make sure that they respect the black woman and the woman in general. So maybe these men who make strong comments need to look at themselves because misery loves company and they must have a full house. Laugh out loud. Period. She said that. NC says rejection, abusive mothers. Yeah. Triple-headed goddess 888 says they're jealous of the intelligence and strength that Black women have. Well, Sean Wilson says because women are so much stronger and smarter. Okay. That's that's subjective, you know. Boy Stop Captain says, especially the ones that date white women. Woo! Now that's a trigger. That could be a trigger for a lot of people. Because I know I have quite a few subscribers that are married to white, they have white spouses, you know. Probably their mom. Because they hated their mom first with their tired, black, dusty self. Oh, Jenna. Oh, wow. Okay. Jenna with a tired, black, dusty self. Now, Jenna. Now, this is being very stereotypical of me, but Jenna sounds like a white woman's name. I'm just saying, you could be black. But if you are white and you said this, we definitely have an issue. Okay? Just saying. So if you're in the chat, please, I would love to know what race you are. I'm just saying. Because this ain't going to work if you're white. Just saying. Okay? Anyway. What else we got going on, y'all? Okay, so those are some of the responses that I got from that question that I asked, because it's a hot topic. I don't think all Black men hate Black women. Okay, I don't think that, but I do believe that there is a divide within our community, the Black community, that is. And I think that it's one of those things that stems all the way back to slavery. The slave masters intentionally wanted us to hate one another. So they divided us by skin tone a long time ago. The darker skin was out in the field, and the lighter skin was in the house. Okay, so it's just one of those mind control, like brainwashing, conditioning things that happen early on. You know what I mean? No, I did not see what Godfrey said. I love Godfrey. But what did he say? He said something recently. I know he's African, right? But he's funny as hell. I saw him at the Improv years ago. Let me see if I can find something. Godfrey calls out Black women with white men. And see, that's another topic as well. Like, we always talking about, Black men being with white women, but no one ever really talks about Black women being with white men. Now, I don't care who you be with, just be with whoever you love and who love you. Okay. But I don't know. It's crazy. But for me, my issue is with the Black men hating Black women, or some of them hating Black women. So yeah, I'm gonna drop the link, you guys. I would love for you guys to chime in and give your opinion on this topic. Again, keep it respectful, please, when you call in. No name calling. Just be respectful as possible, because I know this is a triggering topic, but I do want to hear from people. Okay, so here is the link. I'm gonna pin it at the top. Welcome, everyone. Okay, Taryn, I'm not sure if I'm saying your name correctly. He says 50% of Black men in the UK are with white women. Okay. He says, I feel some type of way when I see Black men with white women. Tell me why. Call in, please. Um, let's see what we got going on here. Let me. Hey, foodie girl. She says the same. Okay, Simply Sharon is calling in. Make sure you have everything turned down in the back so we won't get any feedback and everything. And yeah, welcome to the show.
Oh,
How are
oh my gosh, I'm on here. Okay.
how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great, great, great. So, what do you think about this topic? How do you feel about it?
Honestly, I don't know why this is echoing. You know what? I feel really strong about it, primarily because I have boys and because like literally I can remember elementary school hearing some craziness from boys talking about girls that are light skinned, you know, that don't
Do you know?
have, I got a
Hold
little
on real
picture
quick.
back here.
You you have like some kind of. It's like going in and out. It's not clear.
Okay, let me see. Hold on. Okay, let me look for my phone and I'm gonna call that way.
Okay, cool. We'll be here.
Okay, so I'll be back. I'm gonna exit this.
Okay. Okay. All right. So we're gonna wait for Simply Sharon to come back. I'll keep reading comments and stuff. Ashley says he posted. I'm assuming you're talking about Godfrey. Posted a video of a black nanny and said black women are responsible for everyone, even white children. She was pushing white kids. It seems like he was demanding Black Lives Matter women to stop nannying black women. I don't understand. Who said this? Godfrey said this. I'm trying to figure out comedian. What? I need to find this, y'all. I'm trying to find it. Let's see. Oh, this is too long. Too long. I need a quick clip or something. Um, trying to find something quick. I can't. Let me go to Instagram. I'm sure they have something there. All right, we have Tehran Poole. Hello, how are you?
I'm doing okay. I just had to cancel out the background noise because I had YouTube playing in the background.
Okay, it's cool. Welcome to the show. How are you?
Oh yeah, I can't complain. I actually just stumbled across this show on accident
Okay.
because I was kind of bored, so I just kind of hit the filter, see who was going live, and yeah, I saw you were talking about something that Godfrey had mentioned earlier. So
Okay, can you elaborate? Because I haven't seen that.
okay, no, I was actually just gonna elaborate on the comment I made that saying that I feel some type of way when I see black men with white women, but I'm out here in the UK. I mean, I am a black American, and the stereotype with black American men is that yeah, we're always chasing white women. We date the most out of our race or whatever people say. But man, since being here in the UK, I see it with black men even more so, and that's one of the reasons why I feel some type of way. Mainly, like I'm worried, like what are the implications behind it? Do they have like some type of inferiority complex? And then, when you kind of look at the mechanics of these type of relationships, they don't last long. But I don't feel the same type of way when I see a black woman with a white man. For one thing, both of these demographics, they don't marry out. They're what you would consider the most race loyal. And then for some odd reason, when they get together, they seem to like have the best relationship. And because of they're the most race loyal, I don't think when they get together there's any like inferiority complex, especially on the black woman's part. There might be some for some black women, but when I see black men doing it, especially at such a high rate, I'm wondering like what is the driving factor?
Hmm, that's a great question. Okay, for me, I feel like a lot of black women who date white men, um, are probably looking for financial security. Let's be honest. Um, and for the other side, black men dating white women, some of them probably do have an inferiority complex. I'm not saying all, but some of them probably do.
I'm
I
not gonna
don't
say
know.
all either, but I'm gonna say there has to be a strong percentage. I mean, like I quoted in the comment section, about 50% of Black Caribbean men, I believe, because in the UK, Black is not the same in the United States. So yeah, I'm gonna say Caribbean men marrying or dating 50% like white women. I mean, that's abnormal behavior. So I'm gonna have to say like a strong percentage of those men are suffering from inferiority complex, and that's what kind of troubles me, because then these people kind of have children, and then they kind of breed that same type of mentality into them, which I never really thought about it. I don't want to sound like I'm quoting Cynthia G's points, because I know she said it before. I'm not.
Oh, you're going out. Hello? Hello? Oh wow. We kind of lost you. Might have to go out and come back in because I can't hear you. Maybe you got a call or something. But I mean, you look, okay, let me just say this. Listen, I want everybody to love everybody, whoever that they love, however they love them, that's them. But I do see that I feel like even when you watch TV or commercials, there is a lot of interracial marriages now, like being pushed to the forefront. Um, so I don't know if it's an agenda behind it all. I'm not sure. Welcome back to Ron. Am I saying your name right?
Yeah, my name is Saran.
Okay, I did good. Okay, go ahead. You can go ahead.
I don't know where I cut off at, but I do think that there's something that needs to be unpacked with Black men when they date white women, not so much when it concerning Black women, because I really do think that a lot of Black women dating white men. I know you say it's like from financial stuff like that, but I still hold true. I still believe that Black women are the most race loyal, and that a lot of Black women dating white men is just a consequence of the behavior of Black men.
Okay, I can agree with that, but um, I don't know. I guess I can agree with what you said right there. It's just it's something. It's definitely something, and I am seeing it more now than we did before. Even with all the racial injustice happening around, especially our country, America. I don't know how y'all deal with it where you are, but it's a lot going on, y'all. It's a lot, and I can't, for the life of me, understand. I can't understand how we have so much racism, but there's still a lot of, in interracial. I don't know, and I can just go back to a relationship that my sister had with a white guy. She's a Black woman. She was dating a white guy, and he said some foul shit about Black people, and I had to get him together. He said, why are y'all so emotional? Why are y'all so why do y'all get so angry about racism? That stuff happened a long time ago. And I was like so close to cussing him out. I almost did curse him out, but I said, no, let me retract back and get him together in a different way. Um, and I just had to let him know, until you walk in the shoes of a Black person, you can't tell us how emotional we are because you don't understand what it's like to be Black. So we can be emotional as much as we want to about whatever racial injustice that we're dealing with at the time. Because you're a white man, you definitely don't understand racial injustice. Okay. So, and he'll never understand it. So it's like, I had to tell him, you really have to watch what you say, because if you say that to the wrong Black person, you might get knocked the fuck out, pretty much. So,
Yeah, I
he,
had to explain that to a Chinese friend of mine the other day, where I was talking. I was talking to a friend of mine. It was over. It was on another live stream, and I sent the link to her, like, "Hey, check this out." And one of her critique of the person I was talking to was like, "He sounds so angry," and he was a black man as well. And I don't know what it is with other people, how they interpret the way we express ourselves, even if we're sitting in the comforts of our own homes, like the way my friend was, when we speak, even if it's in kind of like a emotional tone, that it's for some reason that we're angry or we're over emotional. Um, I think that's just has a lot to do with how other races interpret our behavior, because some other races, I don't want to say they're stale or flavorless, but you kind of intermingle with other people. They don't have the same type of energy as black people. I mean, and it's obvious. And one person even, I'm sorry?
I was saying swag, basically, is what you're saying.
Oh yeah. And one person out here asked me, like, why it seemed like blacks in the United States aren't docile like blacks in other places of the world where they exist. And I really didn't know how to answer that, but I do take that as I don't know, they see the antics, and it's not just black, it's specifically Black Americans, because then when it comes to Africans, yeah, maybe they might. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to open that can of worms, but yeah, I don't know. But going back to interracial, my first marriage was interracial. She was half white, and but I was over with most of her family who was white. And I tell you, there is some type of resentment. Like, just because you date someone of a different race, that does not mean you're not racist. I felt like she has some type of resentment towards black women, and it would like show in certain situations. And from hearing other stories, I'm starting to hear that with a lot of other black men who are in interracial relationships, that they go into it thinking that these people are like, okay, so for black people, or have a soft spot for black people, but then you find out they don't. And that was another thing that I was worried about. Like, is it a fetish? I believe that a lot of the black men and white women interracial relationships are fetishes. And I'm not going to just say black men and white women. I'll say white men and Asian women relationships are fetishes as well. But I won't say the same thing for black women or white men relationships, or if you say well, I don't know about Asian community. I'm just gonna say Asian men and white women are fetishes. Whatever else outside of that is their problem. But yeah, so I'm worried about that. Are black women fetishizing over black men, and black men fetishizing over, and it's not anything platonic. I'm not like against interracial relationships or anything like that, but just the intentions behind that people have when they go into them, which I think black men and white women have the most ill intentions when they get into interracial relationships.
Okay. So are you saying that basically you're saying that you think it's not as problematic when black women and white men are together? It's not as problematic. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay.
And then also, like, I hate to parrot Cynthia G's points, but because she brought this up first, and I stumbled across her. I only stumbled across hers because some other YouTuber I follow, like, is constantly has her name in his mouth, and I was like, man, let me just see what she has to say. But she is kind of right about how black women produce black children, right? So I don't see it as problematic as if most people I know who are the product of a white man, black women, they still have some type of like attachment to I don't know, because their mama's black, you know what I'm saying? But for instance, when I started talking about this interracial dating like I see in the UK, like, a lot of these mixed people got mad at me, and they come to find out their mama's white. And then I'm thinking, like, damn, man, I think if your mama was black, you probably wouldn't be tripping, but because your mama's white, you're thinking you're looking at it like I'm insulting her or something like that when I talk about this stuff. I don't know. I just see a different attitude, basically. So that's one of the reasons why I don't see it as problematic. When I see the product of a white man and a black woman, because I have friends who are moms are black and their father's white or Filipino or something like that. I'm from California. But when I see it the opposite way around, I don't know. Some of these people act weird, and I'm not talking about. I'm not trying to run mixed people through the mud who have a white mom or anything like that. But I'm just saying, like, it seems like they feel some type of way when you talk about I don't know. Maybe I went on a tangent with that. I'm trying to, but
No,
anyway.
but
Just a little.
I understand what you're saying. Hey, Sharon, let me see what she has
Hey,
to say.
hey, you guys.
Hey, so go ahead and make your point about the topic today.
So basically, what I was stating in my comment that I made about why do some black men hate black women? I mean, for me, it's basically because they had a bad experience. I don't know. It always seems like they had a bad experience because either they cheated on her and she didn't handle it right and she probably burned his stuff, or vice versa. It could have been bad experiences, but honestly, I feel like it goes deeper than that, like deeper, like childhood. I think I was reading the comments earlier and a couple of people were saying that. And the reason why I agree with that is because when I was younger, I know my mom kind of enforced it in us. It seemed that boys or men were better, like superior, like they're stronger, all that. Like they didn't need to do the things that women do. And so I definitely don't believe that. But I think sometimes in our childhood, we're shown something and it affects like our future. Like say for example, a guy maybe saw his dad talk down to, his mom. He might think that's normal and he might not like black women because of that, or I don't know. um I was trying to listen to the guy who was talking so I could chime in, but it was just a lot.
You don't think that, okay, is there anything that black women might do to push black men to interracial dating? You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because in my case, like I said, I'm married, but my wife is black, African. So and I'm not really interested in interracial marriages, and for black men, I'm actually opposed to them. But is there anything that black women are doing to kind of push? Because I felt like I was kind of pushing that direction. I didn't have anything towards black women, but like personally, but I do feel like there was a bit of animosity which drove me to date
Why? What kind
interracial.
of animosity?
Because I was always a little bit outside of the box. I mean, I'm from California. I grew up in
Me also.
the Oakland, Saliandro area. So I was always like, kind of didn't like fit in too much into what people may have like thought a black man was supposed to be. So, like some black women who I might have been interested in would call me a square and things like that. And I hear some of the same similar things from some other black YouTubers who are like pro interracial marriage. I think like MBS, or whatever. But he like always and I've noticed this as well, like if you're not the stereotypical, and I hate to say stereotypical, but when you're not the stereotypical black man, sometimes black women might not be interested in you. Whereas some other races will, if you have these like interests that might fall outside of what they expect black men to be interested in.
I got an answer for you, or at least my answer. Honestly, I can't, like, I can relate to how you're talking about. You felt like you didn't fit the stereotype of a black man. I get that 100% because honestly, I dealt with not fitting the stereotype of a black woman. I was skinny, black women, they're known to have body. I didn't speak like how maybe some guys expect women to speak. Like, as you can probably hear my voice, I don't know. Some people say I sound white. To me, I just sound like me, but I don't think I did. Like, I don't think women do anything. I think shouldn't it be like our own self-love? Like, I don't see why we have to put anything down. If anybody wants to do interracial marriages, it's fine. Like, I don't care. But at the end of the day, I know I want to marry a black man, but I'm not gonna say anything negative about those who choose not to. At the end of the day, this is their life. So, I mean, not everybody's the same either. Not every woman is the same. I'm not gonna say I don't like black men just because they cheat all the dang time, it seems.
But women don't. But black women don't date interracial all that much
That
for there to
that is
be a
not
huge
true.
campaign.
You can't really state that fact because you're just Cali, right? So you can't really say, especially you can't say that because at the end of the day, there's all types of different people. Maybe you need to change your surrounding and maybe you interact
All
with
right,
those
I
type
didn't
of
mean to say
people.
that in a negative way. I was just saying that
Yeah,
I don't
let's just be
see
positive about this conversation.
I don't see it like it happening at a rate to where, because we're all people are going to date out. Not everybody's 100% going to date people who are from their background 100%.
Hmm.
So I expect some form of interracial dating. But when you look at the numbers of black women who date out, it's
What
not that
numbers
high.
though? What numbers
Uh,
are we going off? Are we going
I'm
off the
just going to say
tallies, the
I can't.
universe, the world? Because I like to
I'm
be
gonna
specific
say
if you're gonna state black women, because I'm a black woman and I'm
for the United
speaking.
States, I'm gonna
Okay.
say it's not that.
No, I'm just gonna ask this because I hate when people say things like that and they don't have anything to back it up. You're just from where you're from, right? So you
Okay.
really can't dictate that every woman, every black woman is the same. I interracially dated. It's not for me. I like chocolate, you know, I like a little pigment.
I've said before, black women are the most race loyal, or way more race loyal than black men. I don't believe it's because white men find black women unattractive. I totally disagree with that.
I don't get hit
Because
on by any other race like that. Like
I
white
know,
men,
you
never.
know, there's some other races of men might be a bit intimidated.
Mhm.
Not in a negative, again, not in a negative way, because intimidation don't mean negative. Like, okay, you're like superimposing or something like that. But you know, it is a different culture. I deal with somebody from a different culture, and it can be a bit intimidating. But again, I don't see it black women dating out at a number to where it needs to be talked
Who are
about, or
you?
where
What
it needs to be.
numbers?
Oh, can I
What
just at least move
numbers?
past
I'm
that? Can
sorry,
I at
I
least
can't
move
keep
past the number
listening to
part?
that if you don't have any like
All
statistic
right, all right.
numbers. Can we
Oh,
get
okay.
statistics? Aren't you on your phone?
I'm gonna say,
Statistics, please.
I'm gonna say 6% of
Oh,
black
you're
women.
guessing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're right. I'm guessing. It's not a real
Can I?
number.
I'm gonna look this up because it's gonna keep
Please,
bothering me that
but just so I can move
you keep
past, so I can make my
classifying it
point.
like that.
If even if it's at 10% or 15%, I'll go as high as 20%. I don't think it's that high to really talk about it like that. I think
Mhm.
it's just natural. But then when you get to like 30, 50, 30, 40, 50%, I think you're going into unnatural territory as far as interracial, and there's something needs to be unpacked as far as the psychology behind it.
Wait, this
Mm.
behind what people choosing to date outside their race?
At 40, 50%, yeah, there needs to
So
be at
So what do
40%.
you want to happen? What do you want to happen? What do you want to see if this was your world? How would it be? That's what I want to know because you're making it seem like it's an issue or
I mean, it is an issue if the intentions that black men and white women are going into interracial dating are based on fetishes, and then it also breaks up. They're
what do
not
you have to back that up? You keep classifying, you keep saying fetishes and things like that.
because if you look at the
Where have
rate
you
of
read?
the
Where
rate
have
of
you read it?
success,
Because you should have
the rate
numbers
of
in your brain
success. I mean,
automatically if this is something you're concerned about.
I have PDFs in my
Okay,
phone, but I'm afraid if I
okay,
go.
you guys. Okay, let's not talk over each other. Can we just
Okay,
please? Okay. So who was next
who was
talking?
talking?
Okay, go ahead.
I think she's misinterpreting the point I'm trying to make. I'm not trying to condemn interracial marriages. I'm just saying when it happens at such a high rate, it should be looked at through a certain lens, like what is going on. And black women aren't interracially dating, which isn't a negative thing that they're not interracially dating at a higher rate as black men. But the rate that they're doing it, I don't think it's abnormal behavior. Whereas when you see black men, some say in the United States, 30%, in the UK, from what I've read from the Essex, you know, I actually have it on my YouTube channel with black men, white women dating in England, and I have the link for the statistics if anybody want to check it out. But when you see 50% of them doing that, and during the time of that YouTube video I posted on my channel, it was 1995, so it was 45 or 40%. But when you see those type of numbers, I'm going to have to think like, what's going on here? What's driving these like 50, 40? Nobody else is doing this. Like if you can show me other people in the world, you might be able to show me other people in the world here in the Western world doing that, then we might, then we have something, you know, but I just think that it's being driven by a fetish uh, through numerous different streams from numerous different streams.
Okay. Okay, Sharon, you want to respond?
Yeah. My whole thing is I feel like um it threw me off. Pretty much what I think the reason why black men might dislike black women is primarily because uh black men do a lot of crazy stuff, and some black women have responded by bleaching clothes. You know, I've been told I should bleach a dude's clothes when you cheat on me and things like that. And maybe the black men didn't expect that, and he starts to not like them. Maybe their reaction, maybe they don't give him a second chance and things like that. But my whole thing is black women and black men, we should just build each other up. That's just what it is. we just need to start being nice to each other and not disrespecting each other, because I've heard a lot of people lately call each other king and queens, and I don't. I'm sorry, I'm off.
You okay?
Oh yeah, I can hear my baby in the background. So he's
Oh,
throwing
okay.
me off. He's like yelling and things like, you know how your kids may throw you off. So I'll wait. I
Right.
get myself together.
Okay, well, if you need to handle the children and come back, that's fine.
Okay, I'll be back. Then.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you. All right, Tehran, listen, I will say that I agree with both of you guys. I understand where you're coming from, and what people, okay, this is generalized. This is not specific to anyone that's in the chat that may be biracial or in an interracial relationship. We're just speaking generally based upon our personal experiences and what we see. You know what I mean? So I hope no one gets offended by any of this. But, you know, like I said, I knew this would be a triggering topic. Just anything that has to do with race, religion, or politics is going to be triggering. So I already knew what I was getting myself into. So if anyone else would like to call in, that would be awesome. I would love to hear from someone that is
Yeah. I'm gonna tap out. I'm not gonna hog up the spot, but I just wanted to back up my comment that was in the section.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you for stopping by. Make sure you subscribe to my channel and all that good stuff, like the video and everything. I appreciate you stopping by.
Yep, no problem. I will. Peace.
Okay, thanks. All right, y'all. Ooh, got a little heated real quick. Oh my God, let me have me a sip. Mhm. Listen, got a little heated, but I understand where he was coming from. Basically, from what I got, what he was saying is he feels like it's an overwhelming, he didn't say overwhelming, but the percentages of Black men marrying white women is seemingly overwhelming and concerning, because he's trying to figure out what is it psychologically that's driving them, so many of them, to marry or date outside of their race. That's what I got from it. Okay, that's what I got. And for Sharon, I believe she was saying that she needs numbers, statistics. Listen, I don't have numbers or statistics my damn self. So this is all based on, you know, opinion and, you know, life experiences and things of that sort. So I don't know, you guys. Does anyone else want to call in and voice their opinion on the topic? Why do some Black men hate Black women? Okay. I would love to hear from you guys. It is welcome, Renee. I see that you're a member. Welcome, girl. Yes. Anybody want to call in and give their 2 cents? I would love to hear from you guys. This is a hot topic, clearly, because yo, yes, Slam's drink. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Slam's drink, child. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Let's see. All right. Sharon, are you back? Are you trying to come back in? I'm pouring me some more wine, you guys. Let me do an intermission. See if anybody else want to talk. I'm trying to find that thingy, that Godfrey clip y'all talking about. Something that he said about Black women. I'm trying to find it, y'all. Hold on. I can't find it, guys. Let me keep looking. because I don't know what's going on. Hey, boy, stop capping. What's good?
What's good, gang? What y'all doing over here?
Man, we just talking about why do some black men hate black women. What are your thoughts?
Oh, them niggas goofies. Them niggas, and then especially the ones that date white women, and then they let the white women make jokes about the black women. Because I've seen it personally. My friend, his girl be doing that weird shit, and it be almost gonna go up. They make them.
Mm,
I'm telling you, G, like I just don't like the ones that just like, okay, my nigga, you date white women, my nigga, but you don't have to say shit about black women. So what? You say they ghetto, my nigga, that don't gotta be said. It don't that ain't your taste. So what you care about it for? Now don't get me wrong.
right, right.
White women cool too. That has nothing to do with me. You get what I'm saying? Like women is cool, period. But
Hmm.
don't let your spouse disrespect your race. Cause you still black. Like you know what I'm saying?
At
At the end of the day. Like you
the
know what
end
I'm
of the
saying?
day.
Yeah, and they don't understand that part. Like it seems like when a person is in an interracial relationship, they forget that they're black. Or
Oh yeah.
they forget about their race. Like even if it's
Until they get
Mexican and
pulled
white,
over,
yeah, the white
until
even
they
if it's
get pulled
go
over
ahead,
by
what
the
you say?
cops.
What you
Until
say?
they get pulled over by the cops.
Right. And then it's
Uh,
not then all of a sudden you black because the police gonna see you as a black person and not a white person.
mhm,
You know what I'm saying?
mhm.
Then you got even if it's Mexican and white, like you know what I'm saying? Like if you Mexican, like don't be letting your out of a girl that's not your race talk about your people. Like you know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day,
Yeah.
they're still your people.
At the end of the day,
You know what I'm saying?
period.
That's the only thing I don't fuck with on in a racial relationships and shit like the weird shit. Like you know what I'm saying? Like it's cool.
Mhm.
Like you just don't talk. You don't have to talk down bad on the next person. Like you know what I'm saying? Because it's not your taste type shit. Like you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. I had to unfriend like in real life one of my old friends. She was a white girl and she's been with this guy, got three kids by him. They've been together forever. And every time there's racial injustice or whatever that's happening in the country or whatever, and it's a big deal, like
Yeah.
it's like all over the internet. Any other time she'll make comments and stuff, or she'll say back the blue with the police. But then
Right.
when it's a racial injustice situation like with George Floyd or Trayvon Martin or Sandra Bland and stuff like that, she's very quiet. She won't say nothing. But then you have black children by this black man who is the color of
Yeah.
midnight.
Right.
Okay, yeah. So I was confused by that, and I had to call her out on it. And we're no longer friends for that reason.
Yeah. And
You're not, yeah.
yeah, that's cool. And that's cool because the simple fact that you got black sons, the police, when they shoot them in the head, they gonna look at them as niggers. They ain't gonna look at them as Johnny the white boy. They gonna look at him as Johnny the black boy. Like you know what I'm
Hello.
saying? Like, it's just with cultures, you need to integrate that culture that your family is into your daily living. Like you don't need to like, okay, I understand, like, yeah, I'm white, my kids may be by a black man, but I'm just gonna integrate the Caucasian culture into them. The real life ain't gonna work like that when they step outside the doors. It ain't gonna happen like that. It ain't gonna be sweet like that. Have mommy raised them.
Sure
Because
not.
when you step outside, it's dangerous. It's cold,
Oh
and
yeah,
you alone. And even though you got family and friends, my nigga, you alone for real.
real talk. That's facts. I mean, when you get stopped by the cops, they don't care about how light your
Nah,
skin is.
nah,
They,
nah.
they gonna
You
still
gotta,
say,
yeah, yeah. Yeah,
yeah, they gonna still
and I
protect.
noticed that black men that date white women disrespect black women more, like on some weird shit. Like you know what I'm saying? On some, yeah, I don't date black women. Like nigga, don't make no fuck. Like you know what I'm saying? Like, like you know what I'm saying? What the fuck?
Period.
It just be some weird shit. Like you know what I'm saying? Like you be like, bro, ain't your mama black? Like
Hmm.
what the fuck? Like you know what I'm saying? Like man, that's crazy. It just be wild. It just be wild. Like you know what I'm saying? It be wild. Like I got a friend. He grew up on both sides of town. You know what I'm saying? With the white people, because his mama had money and his daddy stayed in the hood with us. You know what I'm saying? So he was on both sides of town, And he wind up marrying a white lady, but like she cool though, like she a player, like she ain't on no weird shit. Like she like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, G, like she know that her kids are black and they at risk of
Right.
losing their life for some random weird shit, even if it's to police, to gangs, to anything. Like, you know what I'm saying? She know that. Like, you can tell she know that the way she raised them. You know what I'm
Hell
saying?
yeah.
Like type shit.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm very
that's all I wanted to say for right now until I think of something else.
okay, cool. Well, thank you for chiming in. Make sure y'all subscribe to Boy Stop Capping. If you haven't, he's almost at 1,000 subscribers. Make sure you go check him out. Thank you, bro, for coming through. Hey, Ashley.
Hey, lady.
Hey, what's going on?
Nothing much. Nothing much. Just enjoying the commentary going on.
Okay. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think I've shared this with you. You may don't remember, or the chat or people in here don't remember, but I'm married to a white woman. My brother
Right.
is married to a white woman. And, I've had to, we've collectively together have tried to figure out, like, is this some psychological thing from our raising? Because we grew up in a community where when we went to elementary school, we were probably 1 out of 5. And so the first people that we interacted with early in our lives, getting invited to birthday parties, sleepovers, were white people. So we didn't really have a lot of exposure to other races outside of our family and mother's friends or dad's friends. So in the Black community where we grew up was very small. So I think that it had a lot to do with that. But, I've had to question myself and really think about when I was dating, how, like, was this some kind of trauma? But then I realized, like, I know who I am. I know that whoever I marry, regardless of whatever race they are, that they have to respect my race. And I have to actually see that genuinely, not just see it and try to make it for something that it's not, but actually see it genuinely. And my wife and my brother's wife, I feel like it's very genuine. I know that somebody brought up, I think it was Boy Stop Capping, about how he sees Black people who date outside of their race allow the outside race, quote unquote, white person to disrespect Black people. And in my personal experience, my wife told me about situations where she was dating Black people, and Black women said things that to her because she was dating Black people, like, why can't you date somebody of your own race, da 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 da. And I think that, I mean, I hate that she went through that, of course, but I think that I'm not trying to generalize, but I think that comes a lot from maybe Black women, not the ones that are mature about it or that really, but I think that her personal experience made me understand a little bit about, like, that should have never happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, to each his own, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I mean, my mother's a great person. My grandmother's a great person. I had really strong Black women in my life. So I question myself sometimes. I mean, I think most people that are in interracial relationships should do that. And still trying to, like, educate, because I have an 8-year-old daughter that's mixed. And she has a friend that was over here a couple months ago, and she said her mother's white. And she said, yeah, my mother said that she doesn't want me dating Black guys. And I almost passed out. I was so infuriated. I said, what? What are you talking about? She said, yeah, my mother said that she would just prefer me to date white people. And I was like, does your mother understand that you're half Black? Like that? And I took my wife to the side and I was like, this is a teaching moment for us, because she's half Black. Like she can grow up to internalize and hate herself. And that's just not cool with me. So I sat her down at the kitchen table, and I was like, look, like, I know what your mother's teaching you, and I know, how you feel about what your mother said. That's your mother. But let me just tell you, like, this is how it is. Like, you cannot hate half of who you are. Like, your mother allowed you to come over to our home, and she cannot hate half of who's in this home. You know what I'm saying? Like, Like this,
Mhm.
it was, you know, it was a point to educate, you know, and to, because I don't want that child to grow up and feel like, you know, because of what my mother said, like I have to, you know, like that. I mean, that's trauma. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
that's, and like, does my mother hate half of me because she doesn't want, I'm from a black man. I mean, her mother's white. So it's just like, what?
Mhm. Yeah, it's crazy. That is
It's a,
crazy.
yeah, it's a very sensitive topic and very controversial, but I give you kudos for bringing it to the table, because me and my wife talk about it a lot. You know, when we talked about race, we've been together for 7 years, and at the beginning of our relationship, we talked about racism. Did I bring it to the table? No, she brought it to the table.
Oh
And
wow.
how it got brought to the table, when we were dating, we were in a predominantly white town in Tennessee, and I got pulled over. And a couple weeks before that, she printed out my insurance card, you know, your car insurance card, and she laminated it for me. And I told her, I said, I appreciate the effort that you did to laminate it for me, but you can't laminate it for me because I can't fit that in my wallet. And she
Mhm.
said, why can't you fit, you know, why can't you just put it in your glove compartment? And I said, because I don't have that choice. That could be life or death for me.
Mhm.
And so I had to educate her on that, because from her personal experience, she never had to think about things like that. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
no, not at all.
Yeah. So I think when you're in interracial relationships, it's important for you to educate that way, and to be sensitive to topics that way, because that's important. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And if she would have responded to me and said, well, you're just being paranoid, or you're just overthinking it. Yeah, we would have been done. We would have been done, because
Absolutely.
you don't get a chance to check my sensitivity and to check what Black people go through in this community. I mean, in this country. And so, because she said when we got pulled over, she was shaking, and I told her that, and I said, if we would have continued to have my insurance card laminated, she printed me another one off. She said, and in that instance, I thought about, I laminated your insurance card, and you would have had to go in the glove compartment. I said, these are the things that people, white women or Black men or white men that date interracially, have to think about. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Mhm. Absolutely. It's just so unfortunate, and I don't think it'll ever change because of who we keep employing to be our leaders, like officers and people in law enforcement and things like that. I mean, I just don't see it ever changing.
Right. Yeah,
I just,
I mean, to think a little bit deeper into it, not to take off subject, or to be maybe to be devil's advocate. I'm just kind of thinking, like, are we as a nation coming to more being more inclusive to each other, and being more like we're more alike than we are different, and kind of taking a racist and like take the racist thing out of it, and being like, because for me and my wife, like, I feel like we're more alike than we are different. And so I think, like, we're more inclusive with LGBT, we're more inclusive with different things in the world. And so opening our minds, not living in a box. Or is that why more people are dating interracially? You know, remember the Life movie, when the when the was it the guy in charge of the prison, his daughter got impregnated by a Black man. And so back then things
oh
like that
yeah,
happened. You know what I'm saying? But maybe now people feel more free to just kind of date fluidly, you know, and not date within a box, you know?
right. I get what you're saying, and I do see that a lot. I think the issue that I personally have with, how can I say this? My issue is, at the end of the day, we still, as Black people, have to deal with so much hate and racism. I don't care if you're married to a white person or not. You're still Black in the eyes of another racist white person. If you get pulled over by the cops and they having a fucked up day and they want to start some shit with you, okay? They can do that, and 90% of the time they'll get away with it. We've seen it.
Yeah, of course.
So that's my issue
And
with
even
all of
and
it.
when I
I
got
don't
pulled over that
mind
when I got pulled over
interracial.
that one time, I felt like, you know what went in the back of my mind? Like I'm a black person in a car with a white woman. That could irritate the hell out of a white officer.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Absolutely.
so
Yeah.
but yeah, I totally get what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, my blackness in my home never, I don't ever feel like I have to hood my blackness in my home. Now, if I was with somebody that I ever felt like I had to go up under a shelter, like, say, for instance, my family comes over and we're in the news is something about somebody got, shot for bullshit ass reasons. A black person got shot for bullshit ass reasons. And my wife sits on the couch with all of my family and we talk about it. She asks questions and she's trying to be informed. I mean, again, when the riots happened last year, she came to me and said, why don't we go out and protest? I didn't even go to her. And, she asked me, how do you feel about what's going on TV right now? How do you feel about, have you ever felt this way? Like, tell me your first instance or your every instance in your life about how you felt like you had to deal with racism, because I don't, that's just something that I'm not, I'm privileged in this world. So
Yeah. Well, that's good that your wife is interested and shows interest in, and concern in what's going on with Black people. So
right.
that's kudos to her.
If you're not concerned, if I said that. I've dated Black and white and Indian and whatever, but I said to myself, if you're not concerned with it and you're not showing me your concern, I'm up out of there. Because like my uncle said to me one time, he said, what if she ever calls you the N-word? And I said, I feel certain, if I ever get married, I want to feel certain in my heart, and you can never be 100% certain, right? But I want to feel certain in my heart that she doesn't have that in her heart. Now, if I ever find out she has that in her heart, I got to go. I got to bounce. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
so
absolutely. Yeah, well, thank you so much, Ashley, for your comments and everything. You can stay here if you want. I'm gonna let Mika speak and give her point of view. Hey, Mika.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing?
Good. How are you? What
I'm
are your
doing
thoughts?
okay. I'm doing
Good.
okay. I'm just gonna make it short and sweet. I just wanted to say that I really don't have an issue with, black men dating black women. I think the only issue that I have is that when they do date women of other races, the women of other races tend to feel superior. Not all, but some. They feel superior to us because they're dating a black man. And
Mm,
that's where the problem in comes in for me, because just piggybacking off of what you guys were just discussing, at the end of the day, regardless if you are dating someone of another race or not, you are still black at the end of the day. So don't lose who you are, your identity, and yourself, just because you're dating outside of your race. You're still the same black person that you were born. And I also get upset because they forget that their mothers are black, their grandmothers are black, and if it
mm.
wasn't for these black women, that they wouldn't be here. So just keep the respect and date who you want. Love who you love. Love has no color or no boundaries. But just respect the black woman. Don't down us because you're dating another woman of another race. It's not fair.
Right. I agree. So, do you think that most Black men or some Black men hate Black women, and why?
I would say some do. My dad dates only white women now, and he's always saying that we have attitudes, and he wants to date someone who doesn't give him any lip, or just basically doesn't have a backbone. Well, all white women are not like that, but the ones that he dates are. But he said
Mm.
that the sisters, we have too much attitude and too much input on what's going on, so that's why he doesn't date black women anymore.
See, but my question with that is, and I hear that a lot. They say we talk too much, our opinions are too strong, and we need to shut up. My question behind that is, why is it that we've become so strong and opinionated? What
Yeah, that's
happened
what.
to what happened to the Black woman to make us this way?
Exactly,
Like,
because the black woman
absolutely.
has to carry everything on her shoulders.
On our
So
backs all the time.
Mhm.
And we argue,
Mhm.
me and my dad, we argue about that all the time because that he, because he feels that way. But like I told him, that's just a reflection of your character. You don't want a woman that has her own opinion or that's independent. You just want someone who can depend on you and listen to everything you say. You want to walk all over somebody and know they can keep you because we don't want you over here in the community.
Mm.
Hey y'all, it's
Mhm.
a running joke in my family, in my household. I told my wife, I said, you know what they say about white women that date black people? She said, yeah, that we're just gonna bow down and shut up and just take it. And I said, yeah. And she said, well, hell no, that's not gonna happen over here. I mean, I think you gotta date the right black woman that gets it. She ain't gonna get how we look. Let me put a disclaimer. She's never gonna get how it feels to walk in a black person's shoes. That's just not possible. Okay, but that she gets certain things. She gets the meat and the potatoes of it, and tries to learn at the same time. But again, I also want to bring back up the thing about superiority. Do black women actually think that when you date outside of your race that those white women feel superior?
I, yeah, I mean, it's
Is
not
that
that
how
I
we
think
feel?
it.
Is
I've
that
heard
how
it.
we as black
It's
women
been
feel?
said. It's been said. Just
What?
like the Mexican,
Yeah,
well, not,
right.
not, not let me say Mexican, but the Latina that was dating Joe Budden, she had said something a couple of years back about black men worshiping, Latinas more, treating them better than they treat actual black women because they're more exotic than we are.
Yeah, I heard her say that too. You're talking about Sin Santana,
Yes.
right?
That's crazy.
Yeah, I've heard that. But that's all bullshit. I think black women are the most exotic women in the world, period. Because we come from all different skin complexions, all different hair types, all different body shapes. I mean, listen,
Yeah.
and if we're very honest, and this is no shade to any other race, black women um, are admired a lot and hated at the same time because of the way that we look, our body type, our features, our strength, all that stuff. Like all that stuff
Hmm.
is hated on. Like if we're very honest, like there's a lot of other races trying to get a big booty,
Absolutely.
trying to get fuller lips. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, do y'all hate us or like are y'all just some, not all, but a lot of them wish that they were us. Okay, let's be very clear and we're honest.
I
Okay,
agree. But yeah, I agree. I agree. And I'm not gonna say all because I'm not gonna just, put everyone in the same category.
right.
But the majority, because what do you see around you? You see the Kardashians, you see multiple women of other races going, and then it's so sad because even the black women that were born with those type of traits, they're going out and getting it. It's just a whole mess now. Like it's sometimes I don't even understand. Like the black women that already have, big behinds, they're going out to get bigger behinds to keep up with everything that's going on in the world, and it's just a whole hot mess now.
It's crazy. It's sad. I blame social media. I really blame Instagram. Instagram is the devil. Real talk.
It
I
is.
do want to interject for a second. I'm not going to be on here for too long, but is there anything that black women are responsible for, or like contributing to exactly what you're talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like I refuse to believe that black men are just on our own volition, like choosing to feel like some of us hate black women. I refuse to believe that most of us like just inherently feel that way. There has to be some type of, like, it takes two to tango, basically.
I think it
I
has a
Right.
lot
agree.
to do with the fact
I
that
agree.
black women have just been dealt the cards that they've been dealt and had to deal with it. I mean, think about any other race that's had to deal with what black women have had to deal with. I mean, in the 60s and 70s when they brought in the social welfare system and they basically told black men, you're not necessary here. We can feed your babies. And it pushed black men out of the household. What were black women to do with it? I mean,
I
I
Yep.
think it's
guess.
just dealing with what black women have had to deal with. I mean, and just being themselves and dealing with what the cards that they were given. I think that is, I mean, the only responsibility.
I mean,
Yeah.
for me,
Oh,
oh, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
no. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I mean, some black men, and I'm not gonna say all black men, just some black men, they don't like when certain women carry themselves in certain ways. Like they would say that some of us are ghetto and loud and different things like that, which is true at times for some. But the thing is that you find that in all races nowadays. You can find a Latina, you can find a Caucasian, you can find a Chinese. You have lovely Mimi. You have, I mean, listen, every culture has a woman who can be a little bit loud and ghetto and brash. So
And
I just don't,
you're
again, I don't
100%
think
right.
it's fair. I just don't think it's fair. Go
You're
ahead.
100% right about how the same behaviors that some black men complain about black women, you'll find it in other black women. I mean, other types of women. Uh, Probably sometimes even more so than what you find in black women. But I'm just saying that sometimes the position. I mean, when you look at the position of black men, sometimes I don't know, man. You kind of do want a little bit more cooperation from your woman. And I know black men, a lot of us, hey, we're at the lower end of the totem pole if you want to talk about socioeconomics. So, which I can see how, black women are on the come up. You guys are the most educated, as a lot of studies report, and you make a lot of money, highly educated, whatever. So you're married, you might have to be dealing with men who are less than what you have as far as accomplishments. So it might create a upset as far as, or the way the balance things are, the way things are balanced in the household, especially if you make more money. But at the end of the day, men do want to kind of have like some type of authoritative, you know
I
what
know
I'm
what you're
saying?
saying. This is
And
what you're saying.
then at the end of the day, just because a man don't have the education you have, or might not have the financial status that you might want him to be at, doesn't make him any less of a capable leader. Because like you had mentioned, black women have been dealt some crappy cards. I'm just gonna say black people have been dealt some crappy cards. Black men are right there with you. And I think a lot of the problem is that, and I'm not blaming black women. Maybe just the black community in general has adopted a lot of feminist rhetoric, where like what the problems that white women may have had against white men, black women adopted the same like this philosophy, saying that they have the same problem against black men where there really wasn't a problem. You know what I'm saying? Which I think a lot of it stems to socioeconomics, and I think that it's by design, because when you have women making more than men on average and more educated, you're going to have like a upset, and that's where you see it. And maybe I lost the plot on what I'm saying right now, but that's kind of what I think is the root of the problem. Not necessarily like black men kind of hate black women, but like we kind of do want to be leaders in our household, and sometimes
Understandable.
black women, the way that they view some of us, because we're not where other men are. And again, I don't want to say it's all by design. Some of it's by design, some of it's our fault. uh some of y'all look at us in a certain light to where we can't lead the household like we want to, even though we might have some good ideas. But hey, we might not have the but anyway, I'm not going to drag this on. I think made my point.
Okay, well, I wanted to kind of piggyback
Go
off of
ahead.
that as well. I feel like that's one of the number one things about Black women that other races look down upon, is that we do tend to take in brothers sometimes that don't have everything all together or what have you. So we're gonna have to disagree there, because a lot of Black women, we do accept men that don't have sometimes as much as we do, or maybe they may not make as much as money as we do, but we don't not date someone because of that. Um,
Yeah.
Also, I do understand what you're saying when you say that you guys would like for us to be a little bit more submissive, is what you were saying in so many words. Um, and I agree. Some of us do need to work on being more submissive to our husbands and letting our
I
husbands
really
or the
don't want to
men
say the
run the
word
household,
submissive. I really don't want to use the word submissive, but just have a little
or
bit
just
more
letting the man
confidence,
be the man. Is that what you're
a,
saying?
a little bit more confidence in our decision making,
Okay, I
and seeing
understand
us
that.
as a capable agency. You know what I'm saying, in
A
the
capable
household.
leader for your
Yeah.
household. I get
That's a
it.
great.
I understand. I get
Mhm.
it. I understand.
Because
Go
let's
ahead,
be
Mika.
honest, man, men are kind of the ones who went out into the forest and chopped down the trees, blew up mountains to create roads and stuff like that. And women are definitely better facilitators than men. You know what I'm saying? If you look at a man who lives by himself and look at a man who lives with a woman, and then take that same man and put him by himself, minus the woman, you're gonna see a big difference in how he lives. You know,
Right.
because women are definitely awesome facilitators where men are not. But I do believe that men have the vision, and sometimes some black women, again, I'm just going to tie it to socioeconomics because I do believe that plays a huge part when they see black men at the socioeconomic level they're at. They kind of don't equate that with being a capable leader. But I don't know. I'm not going to say that's all black women. That's just my observation.
Okay, Mika looked like dragged off. It's probably something happened, but I agree. I do think that we can be. I mean, black women. I do agree. Some of us might need to work on trusting our men more as far as like decision making and things like that. Because sometimes I have to check myself in my marriage and be like, okay, let's just calm down and let him be the man and just trust him at this moment. I have to work on that for myself. That's something that me and my husband always have a conversation about. Like, because sometimes I'm like, "Are you sure? Are you sure this is a great idea?" And he's like, "Just trust me." And I'm like, "Ooh, it's just always something in the back of my head, like, oh my God, I don't know because I don't know what that stems from or what that is, but I have trust issues as far as like this is gonna sound bad, but I can be somewhat of a control freak, and I'm not gonna lie. I like things done a certain way, and if they're not done that way, I kind of be like, oh, I don't know about what I'm saying. Like
No, I
I just
totally know what you. I want
I
her.
get nervous.
I know exactly what you mean because my wife is the same way. She's like really good at planning. I'm not really much of a planner, but she's really good at planning. And then when her plan, I mean, I'm a good planner. I would like to say, which I'm going to get to the point. My wife is a planner, and when things don't go the way she plans them, she is, kind of she's a control freak. She tries to force it. She will try to force a circle into a square in order to make her plans go through. Whereas I'm more like kind of roll with the punches. So I can kind of see where, like, okay, yeah, if you are more of the type where, like, all right, well, if things don't go exactly how I want them to, then I'm gonna say something. But I don't know, man. To sum it up, I think men take more chances in that sense. Where I just don't see women taking as many chances. Where if it doesn't look like how it's supposed to, then women will kind of withdraw. You know what I'm saying? Whereas men, it doesn't necessarily have to look like how it's supposed to. We're gonna just roll the dice, and champions take chances.
Yes, and see that's the thing. Like that's the scary part for women because um, we just get so comfortable in a situation, and when a man decides he wants to do something totally different, it's kind of like, what? Hey, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? We good right now, I don't know. It just kind of drives us a little bit crazy.
And
I don't know.
And see, that goes to what Tamika McDaniel was saying. You shouldn't have to let a man be a man. That should be expected. And then piggybacking off of what you said, look, men are always trying to. I mean, I know for women, like stability is a huge thing, but men, it's not about stability. Like it might be to a certain extent, but it's all about trying to reach that next height. So, of course, I mean, I don't know. For any man is gonna try to like keep trying to improve himself. In my opinion, so it's gonna cause him to take chances where in certain areas of his life where you might feel like, but I don't know, you just need to trust him. And I might be going somewhere else with what I'm saying, but basically, I don't know, from what I hear from some black men is that they feel that black women aren't as confident in them as they need them to be. If I can
Why?
kind of stand up for black men for a bit.
Why do you think that though? Why do you think that most black women aren't as confident in black men as y'all think that we should be? Why do you
Well, I
think
don't
that
think
is?
it always used to be like that, for one. But I
Right.
will say that due to modern times, social media, us being aware of other communities, how other men are functioning, because they have so much data and studies and all this other type of stuff. We're talking about it right now. We're able to see what's going on elsewhere. So might cause us to look at. I mean, it's no different to why I believe marriages or relationships aren't as successful today. We have like way more options. Our visibility as far as what we can see and options of the opposite sex are just way at a crazy level to where they never were 50, 100 years ago or when our parents were growing up. You know,
Yeah.
it's it's just the fact, it's just visibility. And I think if we can just focus back on, hey, look, man, black men, and I'm not making excuses for black men saying that we're at this level, we should stay at this level, and you should accept us at this level. No, you shouldn't accept that the average black man is making 10,000. A black American man is making $10,000 less than the average white man. No, that shouldn't be acceptable. It should be equal or more. But at the same time, you still need to understand why that is, and work with us. And I think that some black women, I'm just gonna say women in general across communities, but because we're talking about black women, some black women, they see what's going on in other communities, look at their men like, how come they can't produce the same things, and they get a bit discouraged and upset, and then it might cause them to look at us like we're incapable of creating the same things, not understanding that the circumstances we're facing aren't the same as a lot of other men. It doesn't make us incapable, and it's not an excuse on why we shouldn't go out there and do what we need to do. But
Right.
to sum it up, I just think it just takes maybe black women just look at black men, our black men's situation a little bit differently. I don't know. Maybe I might be wrong about that.
Well, it's gonna take time. It's just gonna take time, but at the end of the day, I really wish that black women and black men could be like come together and be more on the same page. And I think that if we could stop fighting each other so much and disagreeing about everything every time we turn around, I feel like we could grow and build a stronger community. But we're so divided with ourselves right now, and it's crazy because it's been happening for years, for hundreds of years, really, and it's unfortunate. I hate it, but I'll stick with black men. Period. I don't give a damn what's going on, and I'm gonna teach my sons to stick by their black women. That's just how I'm gonna raise my kids. Now, if my sons decide they want to marry outside their race, that's their decision. I can't control that, but I am going to do my best to give them the best of me as a black woman. That way they'll feel more prideful in getting with
My mom
another.
straight up said she didn't want me marrying a white woman. She
How do
she
you feel about
straight,
that?
and she has nothing against white people. She just says she don't want me going through any type of unnecessary BS. You know,
Absolutely.
because and I'm telling you, as somebody who married somebody who was half white, and I'm pretty sure if I married somebody who's full white, I would have got the full BS, but I only got 50% of it because she was half. Uh,
Hmm.
it was not. I really didn't like it, and it totally turned me off from. And again, I do feel like some of these women, they might date black men, they still feel some type of way towards black women. As one caller mentioned, like I think they mentioned something about how these, women was still, yeah, it was Cap'n Bro. I can't say his
Stop capping.
his yeah. Some of these women do be clowning black women on the low, or to these black men, and a lot of black men know it. Like wallahi, I mean, on God, it happened to me. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
My ex-wife would she felt some type of way about black women. I couldn't say nothing good about a black woman. She would get upset. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? So
What? And
I
she was biracial?
what?
And she was biracial?
Yeah, but she was biracial. She was black, and she was not white. She was in black and white. She was white and Filipino though. And
Oh.
some
Well,
Filipinos be caping for white people hella much too. Some
oh
Filipinos
yeah,
do.
Asians. Oh yeah, Asians. Um, are definitely racist against black people. Not all of them, but a lot of them are racist as fuck against black people.
Yeah, and if you look at her family, a lot of her mom's brothers and sisters married white folks. So you already know where her family's mind was at. So but yeah, they, she would say negative things towards black women, or if I said something positive about a black woman, it didn't even have to be nothing about them being black, but just the fact that she is black, she would feel some type of way, and I seen it. And then I would hear other stories from other black men who dated white women, full white women, who would say the same thing. You know what I'm saying? And then you hear stories from mixed kids who say the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So that's why my mom was like, she didn't want me dating white women. Nothing against white people. She's not racist or nothing like that, but she understood the complications that come with that.
Mm-hmm. Right. Oh, that's deep, man. I don't know. I don't know if it'll ever change, but I do feel like we as black people, we got to do better. Like we have to stick together, like as a whole, because we're not doing that. We'll be out here, when one of our people get killed and it's all over the news, we'll stick together then. But after that's over and done, we back to the bullshit. I mean, it's crazy. I don't know.
No, you're right. There is a crazy gender war going on in the black community where there doesn't need to be. And again, I would like to blame I'm not trying to blame white people, because a lot of it is us being fucking fooled. I mean, excuse my language, though. A lot of us is being fooled. It's just us being fooled. But we bought into a whole lot of beefs, especially between men and women, that really wasn't our beef. I don't know how some of y'all feel about Sister Shahrazad Ali, but she is kind of right that what was going on with white men and white women wasn't our problem. But for some reason, our community, we adopted the same rhetoric that white women were using against white men, when black men really ain't never had the power to oppress. You know what I'm saying? So you might see a lot of black women who have and I'm telling you, the feminist agenda worked better in the black community than it did in the white community, even though it came from them. So, it's like, I think we need to backtrack. We need to really look and see what has been, what are our concerns and what are the concerns that have been placed on us by other people, which really ain't our concerns. You know what I'm saying? Like, black men and black women don't need to fight. We're both at the bottom. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to say we're at the bottom. I hate to say we're not flipping at the bottom. That's not true. I stay in another country. Black Americans people are very much interested in black Americans, and they very much sympathize with our plight. You know what I'm saying? So and we're the leaders of global culture. You know what I'm saying? We're not at the bottom. I hate saying that, but we just need to, as far as what's going on in our community, black on black violence, single motherhood, lack of marriages, all that other stuff that really is what's going to bring a community to the forefront. We need to focus on them things. You know what I'm saying? And to hell with white people. White people got their own problems. They're in a civil war right now. You know what I'm saying? If we leave white people alone, they're going to kill each other, or they're going to finish each other off. You know what I'm saying? But we need to focus on what we need to. And it's really, I think it is starting with the man and the woman. You know what I'm saying? Because ever since marrying a black woman, my life has been 100% better. I'm not interested in white women anymore. And I really wasn't interested before, but kind of black women, because they called me like a nerd and shit. They was like to kind of push me in that direction. But I don't know. I just feel like the best option for black men is the black woman. And I think when we get that together, then boom, we'll be all right. I'm not going to try to go on a tangent anymore.
I'm not mad about that, because the way I grew up in the hood, so I was used to seeing the guys that sag their pants and talk crazy. A lot of them ended up in the dope game and stuff like that. But I was never interested in that type of dude. Ever. I never wanted that. I grew up in a 2-parent household. We just happened to live in the hood. Both of my parents worked very hard, but we just lived in the hood, and that's just the way it was. But I never was interested in the thug type. Never. That was never the type of guy that I liked.
Yeah. So, but I don't want to give up on the Pookie and Ray Rays either, though. You know why? Because you know what? Some of them.
But that wasn't for me, because I knew where that led a lot of times, and I was trying to go that route. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Who is it?
I still just think a lot of them need to be shown something different. You know what I'm saying? They were shown that lifestyle. They thought it was a viable one to live, and they didn't know any better. But I do believe that black men, nobody really wants to live. I don't think black people want to live like that. And I don't know, but I feel you though. I feel because I had the same background. Two parents. We had to live in Oakland for a bit. I went to San Leandro schools. We lived in East Oakland, so it was the hood. But I was exposed to different things, and I
Yeah.
kind of seen how But I always understood that it was just exposure. You know what I'm saying? If I lived in Oakland and went to Oakland schools, it would have been a different story. But because I lived in Oakland, I went to San Leandro schools. I had a chance to see something else. So
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
I just think for a lot of us, the thugs, all of us, you know what I'm saying? Because when you take these same thugs and you put them in the rap game, if they have the right influences, they're able to be excellent businessmen. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Now show me what kind of country bumpkin white person is able to go and do that. You ain't never heard of it. Maybe some, but it's definitely not as prevalent as you see with black entertainers. So I think we have it. It's all about coming together and not beefing anymore.
We're confident. We got to get our confidence back. That's all.
And quit hating. And I'm not trying to cape for Kevin Samuels. I really don't like some of the things he say, but the way he kind of does, at least for the average black man like me, I can appreciate, because I'm not no high value man, as he quote unquote high value man or whatever. But for the average black man like me, for women who actually concede to his advice, not every woman is capable of getting the high value man. You're gonna have to get the average Joe, and some of y'all gonna have to get the below average Joe. You know what I'm saying? So I do kind of like.
That's cool. Huh? Let me tell you something. I don't have to have a high value man. Listen, let me give y'all a backstory. I've dated some of the rich. Listen, before I got married, I've dated millionaires. I've dated middle, the middle. I've even dated dudes that worked at McDonald's. Okay. So I've dated all types of guys, but the one for me was not the millionaire. It was somebody who had, a nice career, a pension plan, retirement, a steady career, a stable career. But that was fine with me, because the millionaire professional athlete child, he was just too much of a whore. And I just wasn't finna put up with that, because I value myself too much to put up with that type of foolishness. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it's all about what you like and who's going to love you for you. Like, honestly, at the end of the day. So, just saying.
Yeah. I think there just needs to be a certain standard. I do think that black women need to have a certain standard for. I'm not saying they don't have any standard, but there needs to be like, look, man, because looking at me at face value, I'm not gonna say at face value, but maybe just walking around the street talking to me, you wouldn't think I'm able to handle my business or whatever. But I'm able to pay for all my bills. My wife, if she works, but she don't need to work, I pay for everything. You know what I'm saying? But to a lot of women, because of what I do, I work as a janitor or whatever, they would think I'm not capable of doing that. But I don't know. Sometimes it seems like
you making an honest living. It's all good. You taking care of your business. Don't feel inferior because you're not a so-called high value man, as Kevin Samuels would say.
No. That's why I said quote unquote, because I don't feel inferior as long as I'm able to handle my business. You know what I'm saying? That's really what's most important to me. But I'm just saying that some people don't look at it as being able to handle your business because of certain titles or statuses that you might have.
Guess what? Don't even worry about that, because guess what? Your wife loves you regardless, right? Right?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, again, I'm not doing bad, but I'm just saying that there is a certain level. I mean, we're living in a time where status and rank and all this other type of stuff seems to me more than what you're actually putting out.
I get what you're saying. Are you hungry? Are you homeless?
Nope.
Okay, well, hey, that's all that matters. Now I'm not.
But you gotta say that to these women, though. That's what these women.
Yeah, see, that's you're not saying it to the people who are downing that type of brother who is a janitor making an honest living. You may feel that way, and you're part
Uh-huh.
of the 25%. But if we're going to be honest about the topic and hold it for topic's sake and not be so focused on these messengers, then we got to look at what it is. Calvin from McDonald's got ridiculed for being an assistant manager at McDonald's.
Correct.
Calvin
Yeah.
did that. It
Yep.
wasn't the dudes doing that. The dudes was like, man, Calvin is square. He don't hang out with us, but we don't punch him as he goes to his job. We don't throw eggs at him. We don't do that type of stuff. It's some of our ladies from our community who do that type of stuff. It's our ladies who make fun and joke about it. So it's like, look at what Tasha K said, and it's a very classic comment that people hated Tasha K for. Our community doesn't like men in suits. That's a real thing.
That's
That's a real
crazy.
thing.
That's crazy, and that is kind of true. That's true in a lot of cases. I just happen, like you said, I happen to be part of the 25% that actually does. My husband has to wear a shirt and tie every day to his job. So, I mean, I
You
don't
see what you
know.
just said? You just
Yeah.
said you just referenced him as your husband. You know how many people are with a husband and still reference them as her nigga? So I mean, look, I'm from the town.
Who does that?
I mean, there's a lot of them. See, this is why the conversation is never truly honest, because either we get a dude that's disrespecting women and we never get to this part of conversation, or we get a woman who's talking anti-male. I'm from the town also. I'm from West Oakland. You know what I'm saying? I'm in medical
Okay.
finance. You feel me?
Okay.
I'm from the business, town business. But
Uh-huh.
yet and still, ain't nobody really like the fact that I got in these power moves. Ain't nobody like the fact that I got manager qualification. They don't like the fact that I got 5 certification, because now I'm not a dude that they can control like they believe they can control a dude who's doing less. So yeah, let's keep it 100. The cat and the Pookies and the Ray Rays, I do throw them off to the side. Now look, I've been on the block, 10th Street, 10th Street from Macomb. I've been on the block, 8th Street, did dirt over there, Sobrani Park, all of it.
Okay, that's about my way.
But
But I'll
you
say in a
can't
second.
you can't be stuck in that 1980s type of thinking. You know, this is the age of the internet. Walmart is selling weed now. So at some level of the game, you got to get up with
I
your
wish they were
homie.
in Texas. Child.
No, I mean, you got to, at some level of the game, you got to get up with your homie, put together 5 G's, 10 G's, and open you up a marijuana store and stop playing.
Real talk.
Right. But my final thing is what the brother just said. Our women are not elevating that, and our women are competing with other women who are not melanated, who don't love us greater than our women, but play the game better. They'll come up to Mr. Poole. Hey, how you doing? Hey, I just wanted to say, hey, you know, oh, you look nice today. I see. Oh, that's a nice shirt. And Mr. Poole might not have heard that since 2012.
Yeah.
You feel me? And that's how it happens. And then while some of our women, and I'm gonna shut up on this last point, some of our women, they've joined the white woman sisterhood and they want to attack dudes for the sake of being male, just because they don't want to do what they told to do. This ain't 1980 no more. And I'm gonna pass the mic on that.
Wow, that's deep. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. I appreciate that. You can still stay here. Blacker, what do you have to say, love?
I don't agree, and I'm a little confused with how this topic is veering off into it's still our fault. Because at the end of the day, I don't know which women they're talking about. Because it can't be the women in your chat that they're talking about right now. Because it's saying that we are responsible. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Okay, let me just
say
say your piece, and then we'll move on. Go ahead.
Okay. So when we talk about why does it look like or feel like the black man hates the black, or not hate, but I know you're saying, are it's kind of dogging the black woman. It goes down to, once again, you're giving us something that is in your lane. If you work at McDonald's, there is a beautiful black queen somewhere that don't mind you working at McDonald's because you're using her car. You know what I'm saying? Y'all have it. So I get the intellectual point of the points that are being made, but the whole grimy thing is black women been holding black men down for years and years and years because sometimes we all y'all got. So I'm just a little confused with black women not allowing black men to be black men. But if y'all need us to to pick y'all up and put y'all on our backs, we do that.
Okay, let me ask a question.
I'm just go ahead.
The EEOC shows that black men are the most unemployed for the past 50 years. So explain to me why haven't our women been pulling their sons and their nephews into these positions?
I think that's a great point. I think that they have, but once again, you're putting the responsibility back on the black woman, because at the end of the day,
I'm just using your statement. Your statement is
right. I'm saying
you've been holding them down. So we shouldn't be the highest unemployed. I'm gonna put it on the black men too. So
right.
at some point there has to be what is holding down? I don't understand what holding down is.
I'm using the terminology. Do you need me to be a little bit more intellectual with you? Because I can do that. Is that what you're saying? You don't understand what holding down is?
No, I do understand what holding down. Then holding down means that you ride for, you get in the way for, you make alleyways for. But I just want to see where's the evidence of that level of the game. Where does it get beyond just a phrase and there's something actual? It's kind of like what I say to some people. Hey, yeah. I see you on the microphone and you speaking on behalf of dead brothers, but then I also see some of those same people who, now that the microphones is done, they done took that money and they taking it to the LGBT. So was it really for the dead brothers? So where does the phrasing come to actual action for your own nephews and sons? Forget me and Mr. Poole. Your nephews and sons should be getting the benefit of this hold down stuff through action.
So what you did was, so if nobody knows what he just did, he sneaked this Black Lives Matter, but we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about what you just asked me. The question was, so why is the black male so unimportant? If I said that we are holding black males down, guess what? Those black male unemployed males, see, we can't continue to fight institutional racism by ourselves, but we're fighting to keep y'all alive, period. So when I say we're holding y'all down, we're not beating you down for, most of us are not beating you down for working at McDonald's. No, most of us are not beating you down for working as a janitor. Most of us, so I don't like that the generalization that we as black women, you're not saying it out loud, but you're alluding to. We have this ghetto mentality that we call our men niggers. I would never call I'm with my nigger. So I don't know what sector you're watching. I'm trying to figure out what is causing you to feel like some of us are around here calling our capable, confident black men niggers.
So this is just a topic about solutions. Let me address the brothers and their inconsistency, because I think we as brothers can take it a little bit better on the chin. Let me go there. Let me not even address the women, because if like I said, you might be a 20-25%er. I'm talking about the 75%. So let me address the brothers. The brothers are not making a way for other brothers. And I think we can take that on the chin. The brothers graduate at a high level in some of these all black male colleges, and they not doing what they supposed to be doing for their nephews and some of their sons. The brothers, like 100 Black Men of whatever, Michigan, Atlanta, they write more checks for girls than they do dudes. So imagine that. How you going to sit up here and take donations under the guise that it's going to help boys, but then you have pictures of you giving that money to young girls? Not saying there's nothing wrong with that, but it's a disillusion to do it that way. So let me drill the dudes a little bit more. You sit up here and get these chicks pregnant because you're so insecure about what you're doing. And then the dudes who are not getting chicks pregnant, you're verbally teasing them in the hood to make them feel insecure that they ain't getting no gina. Come on, man. What part of the game is it? Are we trying to dominate other people like warriors do, like kings do? Or are we only looking at females as the only victim that we want to assassinate? And that's a shout out to the host of the show right now. That's a question she would be asking for us dudes. So I gotta drill the dudes a little bit more because they can take it on the chin. It's just so hard to have a conversation with the ladies and get them to see that some of the things on their side may be inconsistent, but it is what it is. We dudes got to stop impregnating. We dudes got to take over companies and franchises. And I encourage dudes all the time, be supervisors and managers. I don't want Mr. Poole to just work at the janitor spot. I want him to go look and see how he can be supervisor, manager. And if the company he rocking with ain't doing it, you need to look over there at the competing company and go be supervisor, manager over there, so you can hire more nephews and sons and some daughters.
The only thing I disagree with you on is that we can't take it on the chin. So here's my final comment. We have been taking it on the chin. We have been taking it on the chin. And not only that, you made the statement that, we need to be consistent. Let me tell you something. We are the most consistent breed of women that are out here. So I don't understand your argument. And then, in case nobody heard it, he was sneak dissing again. He said that brothers can take it on the chin, as if this conversation is not. I'm being hyper about it. So he's saying that we're not able to articulate and listen to this conversation and have dialogue without being emotional. That's what he's saying. So in case y'all are not getting it. So at the end of the day, we can take a lot of stuff on the chin, and we're going to continue to hold y'all down. We're going to continue to be here because that's what we do. It's in our DNA, period.
Speak. Yeah, that's true.
But if I could add about BLM, because somebody just wrote like BLM is just a money grab benefiting off our fallen babies. If BLM was really about anything, it would actually push Black men to the forefront, because that's the only way BLM will be taken seriously. And BLM is a serious stain on the Black community, for the simple fact that it only confirms the stereotypes that other people have of us, that the Black community is being led by women. And I'm not against being led by women. I think it needs to be led by women and men in collaboration. But men definitely, again, I already said men have vision. But yeah, I don't know, man. I really think that I agree with what the brother. I can't see your name.
You say your name, sir. If you don't, what should we call you?
Mr. Research.
Yeah, Mr. Research. I definitely agree with what Mr. Research was saying. That if black women were anyway, I just agree with you. I'm not going to go on.
You look, it's like this, and I say this with a lot of empathy for our sisters. I understand they play, really, I do.
I appreciate that.
No, seriously, I do. Because I'm a history nut. Okay, Jimmy Carter made a law, and a lot of people don't even know this, where 2-parent homes get to have a lot of the welfare benefits. He changed what all his predecessor presidents did. And within one term, Ronald Reagan changed it back to a 1-parent. He gave women the power over taxes so they can file as if they were a married couple. And then he changed the welfare system on top of it. And his fourth thing was he created no fault divorce. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't blame anybody, any human being, for taking advantage of laws and stuff that benefit them. Because back in the 1700s, men did that when women had to give the child to the man when the child turned 12, 13 years old. That was the law. So
Mm-hmm.
any human being is going to misuse laws. I just think as dudes, when people like myself or other people who have some of this other level of the game, we get confronted with this chaos talk, and it's hard for us to fertilize other dudes with true knowledge where they not angry. I don't want dudes angry at chicks or angry at dudes. I want you to be strategic. I want you to be on some Shaka Zulu and outthinking them
Mm-hmm.
and making them revere you intellectually. That's what I would prefer. So it's
Yeah.
not even really about ladies. I mean, I walk past a lot of those conversations. Now, when I'm attacked, that's a different conversation. I don't like that from no human being. But I just think we as dudes, we're not fertilizing nephews and sons with the idea of stop focusing on this chick. Live past her. Live beyond her. Make her, just like Boaz. People don't remember the story of Boaz. Boaz wasn't bowing down to no women, or he wasn't even. They had to convince Boaz to get
Mm-hmm.
with the bride that they proposed. Boaz already had his land. He already had employees. That's how I live my thing. So I just think go ahead.
Are you married?
No, they haven't got married. No married, no kids. No.
Oh wow. Okay. Okay.
And the reason
Oh,
being, and I'll
go
tell
ahead.
you the reason. The reason being is because I had been engaged twice. So in love with my last young lady I left in 2005. But
Oh, that's a
but
long
she
time.
was a opportunist, and she didn't
Oh.
realize it. And she didn't realize it, to her defense. It wasn't until she got with the next dude where other women, other seasoned women, not young women, seasoned women got into her life and start schooling her with game that was beyond her mother. See, she was isolated.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason why it's been so long is that what a lot of people don't realize, when you a dude that is established, that's what Kevin tries to talk about with the high value, but I like to use the word established. When you're established, there's a lot of energy you don't take into your world. And a lot
Mm-hmm.
of our women don't have the decorum to operate with some dudes who have to operate at this level of establishment. They just don't. And the reverse is true too, because women find out that once they get in a and I'm talking beyond money. I'm talking just comfortable. You got your land, you got your vehicles, your money is coming in steady. You ain't really got to hustle. That's what I consider established. It can be
Mm-hmm.
40K, 50K, but it can be 100K, 200K. But it's something that's beyond get the bag mentality. It's just, and you can't invite any and everybody into that circle. And so a lot of our women, when I speak to them, other brothers, they come off with this opportunistic type of thing. And it's like, nah,
What do
you
you
cute.
What do you mean? Okay. What do you mean by that? Because when I hear you say opportunist type women, it makes me feel like, and this is just me being honest, don't take it offensive or whatever.
No, never. This is a conversation. I'll never get triggered.
Okay. So when you say that, it makes me feel like you are not interested in taking care of your woman. Am I?
No,
Am
no.
I?
If I can interject real quick,
Please do.
what I think he means by opportunistic is that a lot of women want to come to the table not having brought anything, where they want the man to come with everything. At least that's how I interpret it.
And that's
To
how,
where
and
they want to solely benefit from the relationship, but they don't. But what is the man supposed to benefit? It's like he's like solely working for her almost.
it,
And when I say come to the table with something, sometimes a lot of women mean like come with money or something like that. Like not really, but like what are you coming with to enrich my life?
thank you. Where's
So
your
what do
artistry?
you guys want? What do you want? What do you, as men, black men, expect from your woman exactly?
Okay,
What
let's
do you?
start. Let's start.
I, I
Because
think it
he's
starts with the foundation. For one, I think what a black man should want from his black woman, from his woman, is for her to be wife material from the outset. Even if she, you're not saying that she has like you have to see it from the jump, but I think at the end result is that you want to find somebody who is wife material.
Okay. Okay. Let me hear what he has to say, and then we'll figure out what my wife material is to you, Tehran. Go ahead, Mr. Research. What do you? Give me your
okay.
answer.
Every time a woman sees a guy, check out his friends, ask about his friends. His
Mm-hmm.
friends are the makeup of who he is. And you are trying to be his best friend, i.e., teammate. What you
Mm-hmm.
may find is when you compare friends, you may find yourself having a hard time being that friend and that best friend. Guys, we are very dumb. Okay. We are like Superman who don't know that there's a such thing called kryptonite. And it
Mm-hmm.
takes a woman and her artistry. It takes a woman and her ability to see beyond right now. It takes her to talk future and live future. Yeah, that sounds like a unicorn, but there's really black women who are like that and other women who are like that. A dude falls victim to women who have that artistry because the biggest celebration, and this might be too heavy for a lot of people to absorb, but uh, the biggest celebration, and Mr. Poole might be able to coin this because everybody in the hood knows it, is when your homeboys come and give you dap about your chick, not her looks, how she gets down, how she rocks. It's the
Mm-hmm.
biggest celebration. See, a lot of women, they never even heard that because they don't even know that part of the game exists. So when you ask, what do we want? That's something that actually comes from the Bible, Proverbs 31, where it says, the people see her and tell him that he is truly blessed because of her actions, because of her moves when he's not even around. You know,
Mm-hmm.
she takes her wares down to the market and produces money with her children in tow, and then comes back home and everything's still right. Mr. Poole was actually right. There's so many of our ladies, and no, ladies in general, USA ladies in general, who want to get the bag. And there's nothing wrong with that concept. It's just that divorce is so easy now since Ronald Reagan did the no fault divorce. 80% are filed by women. And now women
Yep.
say,
Yeah.
well, maybe they unhappy, maybe could be possibly. And you know what? For a dude, what we saying
Hold on,
is,
Mr. Research. If I can
yeah,
interject,
rock
they
out,
did the
rock out.
same. They did the same study over here in the UK with same sex women, and they same sex marriages
Yeah,
with men and women, and it was women 80% divorcing each other
yeah.
more than men.
Lesbians divorcing lesbians.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, a little white lie that's said here in the States, domestic violence is actually highest in same sex. And this ain't me saying it.
No,
This is
I
the
believe it.
Oh,
this
really?
is the whole this is how this is the LBGTQ community saying it.
Yeah, not even with men and women across the board.
But
Wow.
some of our women the 75%, they'll get out here and try to make it seem like dudes is the highest out here. So my point in bringing that up is that there's a lot of inconsistency, and some of us dudes don't want to be mad at you. We just like, you know what? We're just not going to be involved.
Mm.
Yeah, because that's where you have the MGTOW movement, men going their own way, not wanting to marry, which I believe marriage is in the best interest of men. Even if you look at it, a married man is taken more seriously than an unmarried man in his profession.
True, very true.
So, you know, it would benefit us, and we will make more money. Or, you know, having kids born into wedlock, even though, you know, I know a lot of people born out of wedlock who've done phenomenal. So I hate like even trying to, you know, but it is better to be raised in a 2-parent home, no doubt. You know, if we can create that type of environment, you know, I think is going to translate into our family economic.
Oh, we lost Mr. Poole. Oh, that's
Oh,
unfortunate.
oh, that's unfortunate. Well, you can continue to speak if you like.
Well,
My question is for you before you go on. I don't know if I could ask you how old you are, but you seem like a man
mid-40,
that is. You're 40,
mid-40.
mid 40. Okay. All right. So, my question to you is, why do you think you're not married?
Again,
Yet.
I just explained. So
Okay.
marriage is about land, property, business, and advancement. Even when you look at your Islam, your Bible, your Judaism, it's all related to business moves. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Love comes after. This is why the Pakistanis and the Indians are dominating the way they're dominating. They're not getting together for the sake of, I like him, I think he got a big penis. No, they're getting
You're
You're
together
not
100%
because
lying.
right. And they don't divorce. They
You
don't
not
divorce
lying.
either.
they're
You ain't
getting
lying. You
together.
ain't said about one lie. Go
They
ahead.
right. I mean, I'm an international dude. I lived overseas for 4 years
Mm-hmm.
in music, on Romania, Kakistan, France, England. I come back to America, I was shocked. But let me give you the game. What if black women did what Pakistani women do, which is this? You know what? I'm going to marry into the Mr. Poole family, because the Mr. Poole family, they all have hotels. I'm not
Mm.
marrying for the sake of one of the Pools is cute or one of the Pools is tall. I'm marrying into the Poole family because me going to school for management as a woman, I get to go into a family that is already dominating an industry, a county, or a city. That's how they look at it. Let's look at the Chinese. Chinese get slapped and beat more than black women would ever dream. And so, but
Mm.
yet and still, when they get with their men, they don't look at who's tall and who is revered within the community. That's who I'm going for first. And if I
But
do go for
doesn't that contradict you saying that about the whole opportunistic situation? Like you said your last partner was an opportunist. So my question to you is, are you looking for someone that acts like the Indian or the Asian woman, that reveres a financial um, situation more than, oh my God, I really love this guy for who he is, not for what he has?
I'm
okay,
gonna say
let me
no.
go ahead.
I'm gonna say I wouldn't want to, just because I see how the pack, you know, they have some a very very weird like marriage setup when they're unhappy. Like they sometimes the women will even tell the guy, especially if they're Muslim, tell them like, you just marry another woman. You know what I'm saying? Leave me alone. You know, I'll be a part-time wife, a quarter-time wife.
And that's a cultural thing. So, you know, you even have things like that in Bible, Islam. You look at how Joshua treated his wife. You look at how who else did their wife kind of odd? Xerxes, how Xerxes treated his wife. So you do have all though. That's a cultural thing though. So I will answer your question, ma'am. And how do I address you, ma'am?
You can just call me Here for the Tea. That's the name of
Here
my
for the
channel. I
tea.
haven't released my real name, but
Okay,
you can
no,
just
no
call me
worries.
Tea.
No
It's
worries.
fine. Just call me
No
Tea.
worries. Okay, so Here for the tea. To answer your question, so let me backtrack. What I meant by opportunistic for my ex-fiance was that she didn't look at things for the vision of the team, okay, or how the team could grow. She looked at it just anecdotal for her and what she was trying to achieve. That's what I mean by opportunistic. The reason why I don't look at those other things as opportunistic is because it's within the team structure. Mr. Poole is with his wife, or I am with my wife to be in the future. What I need to do when I'm with her, day one, I need to have a plan and a vision for why she's here. That's my role. The word husband means manager. So I have to have that type of vision. This ain't a 50-50 thing. I have to make sure I'm protecting her from herself, her emotions. She might be better at me than certain things. And I always reference the CEO, the female CEO of Pepsi Cola. She might be better at things. It's my job still as a man who makes less money to get her mentally in position so she can go out and make that Pepsi Cola money. So what I mean by opportunistic is a person who is so focused on shining for a tea, a person who's so focused on making tea happy. And the same thing for women. You should not be with a dude who's just focused on trying to shine for Mr. Poole, making
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah.
Poole happy. You know, that's those are opportunistic type of vibes. Those are single-minded vibes. Once you get in a team, it has to be I'm allowing myself to be wrong as Mr. Research. I'm allowing myself to be chiseled by this woman who might know less than me. Doesn't matter. I'm still allowing it because we're on a team. And in retrospect, when you say, what do I look for? She has to be willing to do that. Unfortunately, what we have a lot of women are so trying to please T. They trying to get high fives from their girlfriends, the sisterhood. And guess what? I'm not mad at that. I'm just not going to be involved.
Mm. Well, okay.
Mr. Poole?
You have anything, Mr. Poole, to Ron?
No, I mean, I totally agree with what he said. I mean, he put it in a nutshell.
Pretty much.
Well, women just have to understand how. I mean, I understand the confusion. Women are not used to dealing with mental warriors. We in the black male community, we are terrible at being mental warriors, which is why the thug thing clicked on so good because I would never, when I was out in the game, I was a decision maker. I ain't nobody's lackey. Well, somebody tried to front me something. I said, no, I'm good. No, bring me back. No, I'm good, homie. I'll find another way. I was never a person who could be manipulated and used. So I understand the confusion many women have. And I think that's what Kevin tries to say, but maybe he doesn't say it in enough hood way for people to absorb. But I'm in both worlds. I'm in hood and I'm in corporate. So in conclusion, before Amika speaks, I would say that a lot of times women who want a certain type of dude, they don't know anything about how we have survived to this point that they meet us. They don't know how Mr. Poole has survived to this point. They haven't studied us. They haven't said, you know what? I respect the fact that he's making moves the way he's making, and it doesn't have to come from this get the bag mentality. But I don't hate him for that. I'm just not going to risk interacting with somebody who is trying to please the sisterhood. And women should not interact with dudes who are trying to please the brotherhood. That's just what it is.
But see, if I could add just one point on that, nobody's really against a woman with the get the bag, being a get the bag girl or whatever. But just if it's in collaboration with what you know, the family's trying to do, not just for your own self, which I think is what Mr. Research was trying to, you know, and that just goes back to what are you bringing to the table? You know what I'm saying? Like, how are you going to complement the skills I have? You know, likewise, how can I complement the skills you have? And to, you know, to where we can work as a team. Not no 50-50, because you know what, I
It
see
ain't never
like,
gonna be 50-50.
yeah, it ain't never gonna be 50-50. And I know when you talk like this, some girls think you talking like some 50-50 talking. I heard girls saying like you're some 50-50 man or something. You're like a 50% man or something. Like, no, that's not the case. But you know, it is working as a team. Not a 50% team, but definitely trying to bring out your best qualities in each other, and hopefully being able to critique and call out your worst qualities and improve them.
Mm.
Yeah. Okay. Mika, what do you have to say?
I just wanted to say that I agree. You know, some women and men are opportunists, but as you get older, you learn that. I mean, for me, I've learned to be what I'm looking for. So I'm not going to, you know, not have my stuff together and then go looking for a man who, you know, makes $75,000 a year.
Mhm.
I'm gonna get my stuff together the way that it needs to be together, and then I'll be ready to, you know, engage in conversation or converse with a man who does have his things together. But I agree.
$75,000 isn't enough. I mean, no,
No,
I'm
I
not gonna
didn't.
say enough. I'm not gonna say enough.
I never said
$75,000
that's
isn't a
not
good
what I'm
starting.
getting at. What I'm
Oh,
saying is,
what she's saying that she just making a number up. Like if
yeah,
somebody
I was just making something up. Yeah.
5,000, then maybe I need to make half, you know, almost close to that, or if not that. That's kind of what she's saying.
Well, yeah, I was just piggybacking off of what Mr. Research was saying, that some women are opportunists, and then, you know, they want to, or I think Mr. Poole may have said it, I don't know, but they come to the table with nothing, and then they expect for the man to do everything. I kind of agree with that in some
That's my
because
definition of opportunist. Definitely, when you,
yeah, and
man or
that's
woman, when
easy
you're coming
enough
to the
to me.
table with nothing, or not even trying to come to the table with anything, and you expect the other person to come with
That,
everything.
that's what I'm saying. Be what you're looking for is what I'm saying. So I agree with that. You can't come to the table with nothing and then expect for the person that you're trying to be with to have everything. You need to have something
Mm.
yourself. So that's all I'm saying. Be what you're looking for. That's what I'm going to instill within my
But I will say, for a
children.
woman, it's different. What
Let me
what
say,
what the standard of what a woman's coming to the table with, and what a standard or what a man is coming to the table with is very different.
yeah,
I agree. But
I would
come with
expect a
She
woman
got
to
to
something.
be
read the
more
super
cultured.
chats before they disappear.
Come with
yes.
something. That's all I'm saying is on for either party. Come with something. Bring something to the table. You don't want to just come to
Hold
someone's
on,
life
Mika.
or
Let her read the super chats before they disappear.
Let me read the super chats real quick. Okay, Mr. Research says we're sharing an insight. We can't shout down new information. Ladies, let the people decide what information is good. Don't shout others down. You mean don't shoot others down? Is that what you're saying?
No, shout. Like
Shout each other down?
we shouldn't let people speak. Just like Mika spoke. I didn't sit up here and say Mika's information is bad. Let the people decide that. You know?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's what my channel is about. I try to let people speak their opinions without any disrespect and things of that sort. We're all adults over here, so I just try to let people speak their opinions without any disrespect, happening. That's just how I run my channel over here. Crazy cat, and thank you for the super chat, Mr. Research. I appreciate that. Crazy Cat Lady says, here for the tea, post the stream link in the comments again. I did. I want to call in, but I'm having issues with my internet. Yes, I posted it, and it's also at the top of the chat as well. So if you want to chime in, Crazy Cat Lady, please do. The link is at the top of the chat. Just click the link and do what you do, and we'll be right here.
Mm.
But yes, I forgot where I had a question, but I forgot what it was. But y'all go ahead until I remember what I was gonna
I
ask
just
y'all.
want to. I'm gonna say this, and then I'm just gonna drop down. I
I
was
got a
just trying
question
to
before you
say.
leave, Mika. I got a question before you leave. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. All I was just trying to say in a nutshell was for everyone to be what they're looking for. You can't not have anything and then go looking for somebody that has something. You need to get yourself together before you expect to just meet someone and they supposed to just sweep you off your feet. No, that ain't how it works. Not with me anyway.
Hmm. Here go my question, Miss Mika. So let's say you have a son,
I do. 3 to be exact.
three of them. Okay. So let me remove it from that. Let's say that your coworker has a son, and you see your coworker complaining about some of the actions that the boy is doing, right? And the
Hmm.
boy is a human. It's all to the good. What advice, if any, are you going to give your coworker, being that you have experience with boys, on how she might want to relook at this boy's actions? What are your thoughts?
Well, it would just depend on what the issue is that she's having with her son. And with me having 3, now my younger sons are 7, they're twins, and then my oldest is 16. So I would just, look into whatever, if I've ever had that same situation with my son, and give her some key points on how I dealt with it when I had that same issue with my child.
Understand. And the reason I ask that is because and there's no right or wrong answer. You see how you're looking for specifics, right? The world of a boy is universally the same. There are no specifics in our world. It is universally the same. And I only ask you that to point out, even you, as a loving mother of boys, you have a different perspective, a side of us that's more specific. We as guys, we look at stuff in generalities and we protect from those generalities. So if it was me, I would look at it, and Mr. Poole might feel touched by this. I'm not quite sure, but I would tell my coworker, reinvest in your son. You know how much Mr. Poole and I would love to hear that type of conversation coming from a parent who we
I'm
we
listening.
we
I can't
bumping
hear. Can
heads
you
with.
guys hear me?
I'm sorry. What was that?
She's having issues with her connection.
Okay.
But in conclusion, I think, unless Mr. Poole corrects me, I think a lot of times we're looking at things in general of boys, of things we never hear. We don't really care about the specifics. We do, but we want to know that there's empathy. And I think that if nobody else hears nothing else that I'm saying, we're not getting a lot of empathy. We're getting a lot of specifics. And
Mm.
for us as boys, that's nothing to us. It's the reason why so many dudes join the Crips and Bloods and other gangs, because they don't have enough empathy in their life from the people who say they love them.
I understand that, and that's where their dad comes in, because my children, me and my children's father, he's still here in the household. We are together, and so when there is something that I get kind of confused about, it's because I can't teach my young men how to be men. That's what their dad is for, and he's here to
Can
do
I
that.
ask a question? Are you in an interracial relationship?
Absolutely not.
Okay. I was asking because you were kind of staunch in defending it earlier, and I was just
No, I was not.
No, she wasn't.
was that not you? Was that not you? I swear to God, you were like
No, that wasn't
somebody
me.
was
I was
getting
the one. Oh,
okay,
go ahead,
somebody was
Steve.
getting
I didn't
upset
mean
that
to
I
interrupt.
was trying to make a point, and they were kind of stopping me halfway, thinking I was trying to say something that I don't think I really was trying to say, but
No,
No,
that
no,
uh,
was.
that wasn't me.
okay.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I have two girls, so I feel no problem like showing them all the love I can, because I know boys, it has to be a fine line. Uh, Girls, I can hug them and kiss them as much as I want. I don't think I could do that to a boy. So,
I do that with my boys too.
okay, but you're their mother though. It's different than coming
I
from. I mean,
mean,
I
their
don't know.
dad is
Maybe it's
different.
not. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I'm not gonna
Well,
say that.
you know what? My thing on that is, I feel like, once they get, a certain age, because my 16-year-old, he's like, Mama, get off of me. Stop hugging me. But because I didn't get a lot of affection, from my parents when I was younger. I vowed that when I had my own children, that I would shower them with love and affection. So
But
my
you know what though?
boys,
I think that's
I
the
do
same
that.
thing with my wife. My wife's I know from my wife's perspective, she didn't get a lot of love. I'm not gonna say she didn't get a lot of love, but it translates differently because culture is different. You know what I'm saying? It was like tough. So I always make sure I kind of give my kids, yeah, because
Extra
I
Well,
know.
affection. Yes.
Mr. Poole mentioned boys. I would push back just on this theory
Yeah,
is that when you look at machismo in the Latin and Portuguese community, it's a celebration of that boy.
yeah.
The
Macho,
boy
macho-ness,
knows,
right?
yeah, the boy knows at 12, 13 how important he is to the family. But in the black community, the father tells the boy that he's fourth in this family. He says Mama T comes first, daughter Mika comes second,
Mm.
I, as the dad, come third, and you, Tehran, you're fourth. So in the black boy's mind, he's always trying to get the love that the daughter and the mom is automatically getting, compared to his Jewish brother who gets a bar mitzvah at 12 and 13 and is told that he comes first, even before the older sister.
Yeah, and if I
Again,
could add something on that, Mr. Research, in the Muslim community, because I'm Muslim, in the Muslim community, they even if the girl is born first, the father would take the nickname as Abu whatever, father of the son, even if he was born second. That would be his nickname. And the community would identify him as such, even if he had like two or three older sisters. You know what
not
I'm
in
Well,
saying?
in
the
my household,
not
God
not in
comes
the
first.
USA. In the USA, the boy is told he's number four. This is one of the reasons why we so violent and why we shoot up the block and rob and kill, because we're always told that we're fourth in this community. But go
So
ahead,
you would
Mika.
And
say
that
it's almost like trying to like assume a top position and acting wild or wilding out is one way. Maybe
When I
some
was
of
in
us see.
Surrey, England, when I was in living in Surrey, England, next to the golf course, that's when I learned what a top boy was. So yeah, it's always top boy.
But that
Yeah,
starts
yeah.
within the home. That's why I just said I shower my boys with as much as affection as I shower my daughter with,
Yeah.
because a lot of our black
You
men
gotta
did
write a
not
book,
receive
Mika.
the proper type of love that they are supposed to have received. So
You
that
got to write
starts
a
within
book,
the
Mika,
home.
because Mika, you got to write a book because we need help from women like you. Because you see how they treat Monique, you see how they treating anybody that stands up for some type of decorum. I mean, you are right, but hey,
And then
Mm.
in my household, God comes first. As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. God comes first, then my husband, then the children, and then we're
Right.
all a family as a whole. My
That's
boys will
it.
never receive less affection than my daughter. I love all four of my children equally, but in different ways, because of course they're different and they have different personalities, but they're all going to receive the same love for their mother, and they're going to know that mom has their back. My sons are going to stand strong, they're going to be tall, they're going to be educated, and they're going to be productive men in society, as well as my daughter. I teach
but
her different things than I teach my boys, but and then
Because
again,
it
like I
does
said,
seem like
their
they
dad
push
is here.
women. It seems like in the black community that women are kind of pushed a little bit harder than men to achieve, which might, depending if you believe it or not, why women in the black community are more educated and making more money on average than black
Right.
men. So they say.
well, no, that
Uh,
is true. It's just that back in the day, before the right to vote, and again, history is one of my favorite joints. Before the right to vote, black women were not allowed to work side by side with white. So it
mm,
was men who created jobs for black women. And today in 2021, black women will lie and say that black men never did that. But let me give you a piece of history that you can go Google right now, Mr. Tehran. The Pullman Union, a bunch of black men who created unions through cabs, servants on cabs. They created the first national black women's economic convention. Black women didn't do that for those black women. White women didn't do it. White men didn't do it. That was black male money. It was the dentist who hired black women to be his assistants. It was a company called Reed Brooms. A bunch of black brothers got together to make brooms. It was a bunch of black women working in those factories. And the white woman realized, oh, wait a minute. I got to sit at home and wait for this white guy to come while this black woman is empowered, making her own money, starting her own companies, partner with the black man. They got 4 times the marriages we do. No, I need to introduce this black woman to sisterhood. And that's what happened. I want everybody to look at the parades for women empowerment. Why did they make the black women walk in the back? Why can't you never find a picture of a black woman and a white woman together in the feminist movement? Because they told them, get in the back. You're not going to be seen with us. And then those women took that energy in the 80s when unfortunately crack hit and said, hey, you know what? We better than these men. Okay, no problem. We had uncles and nephews and grandfathers saying, put the woman first. And we did out of love. But now, and that's why I brought up that EEOC comment, now that the women are in power, they ain't thinking about nobody else. But now here's what has happened. And I don't hate the black women. I just want y'all to understand what's happening. Now your daughters are not allowed in these offices no more. They're fighting your sons for a warehouse job. They're fighting your sons for construction work. These Pakistanis and Indians have taken your place. I barely see black women unless I'm in a black metro city in some of these office positions. They're out here talking about they want to be handymans and truck drivers. And I'm not hating. I'm just saying, look at how you not.
I swear to God, I know at least 2 women
right.
around my age who are truck drivers.
Yeah, I know some women around my age that are truck drivers too. Yeah.
Look, I want you to look up what's the name? It's not Vibe.
Truck driving is not bad work.
No. This is really good. I forgot. HBO puts it out, but it's a thing HBO put out. I want y'all to Google right now when y'all get a chance and get off this live. Black women now practicing witchcraft. That's what they're starting to. That's what they're starting to put out about y'all.
I don't do that.
Look, no.
It's not about whether you do it. It's
swear to God, my
image
stepsister.
They're trying to put out.
My stepsister, man. She, man, I didn't heard about sacrificing some chickens to some tarot card reader.
Yeah, I'm not into none of that shit. So
hey, no, some black.
Here's the problem.
But there's a pipeline though.
Here's the problem though, ladies. None of the ladies are confronting other ladies about the imaging.
What is the imaging?
What is it? What are we confronting them about? Because we can't tell them, another grown woman, what to do with her.
I don't know.
Because this is a whole different conversation that Mr. Research is talking about that I've peeped myself. That, with the abandoning of Christianity and other organized religions, that opened the door to a wide variety of other beliefs that, some are trying to say are African in origin, which I really don't believe.
I know what you mean.
Rubbing crystals on your bodies and stuff like that. I don't know if that stuff really works, but I'm not saying that's even wrong, but it's a pipeline towards other things, because that I've seen.
And basically we're saying if the 75% of women are telling me and Tehran to police some of these dudes from bashing black women, then guess what? It's time for black women to have honest conversations about black women with black women, where men ain't even involved, where the term male and him and he is not even presented. Have a town hall with Monique and Yonda Van Zant and discuss your own issues amongst yourselves about what is going on. Because right now, you know what the white man going to be able to say? We gave them $10 billion through Wall Street, and they did nothing with it. Look at how some of these people have gotten caught finessing the money. Look at now witchcraft. Y'all got to start peeping game. And look, the dudes ain't no better. I get on them too, but it ain't about the guys no more. Your images are being tagged because your own daughters are not allowed to reap the benefit that y'all had in the 80s and 90s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I don't feel like my image is being attacked because okay.
I do feel like the image of black women. Well,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Let Mika speak first, and then Teron, you can go, and then Blacker, you can go.
So I was just saying that as far as the witchcraft and things like that, I don't practice any of those things, and I'm not knocking anyone who does. It's just not something that I do. But I understand what you're saying that we need to speak, to other Black women to fix the issue. But you have to take into consideration that a lot of people are not willing to listen to others. You can't tell another grown woman what to do if she wants to practice, witchcraft, then that's her business. As long as I am in tune with God and what my family and my household is doing, I can't be worried about what the next woman is doing. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is.
all right. Uh, I'll never condone witchcraft. You people can do whatever they want. I'm not gonna stop you. But I rather black people go back to Christianity in the blood of Jesus Christ than the blood of chickens and tarot cards reading. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of, I think that's moving
Absolutely.
backwards. That's moving back. Superstition is not going to work. You know what I'm saying? In no way, shape, or form, and it's only going to set us backward, make us look kind of crazy. I mean, they already kind of make fun of us with the whole Egyptian, chematology type stuff, which really isn't all that bad, but some of us do take it kind of far. Now, uh, what was the main point I was trying to make? But what what T, what was I? You said I can get back to my point. I swear I had one, and I was trying to think of it, but because I went on that rant about black people and witchcraft.
I wish I remembered because my son just came in here and interrupted me. I wish I could help you out, but I
Yeah,
can't. I
it's
can't help
all
you.
right. It's all right. It's all right.
My son just came here and interrupted me about
It'll
buying
come back to
Roblox.
you.
Yes.
Yeah,
So,
maybe.
who's next? Who's next?
Blacker.
Blacker. Yes, Blacker. Hey, girl. What's going
Hey,
on? I see
you
you're a
guys,
little flustered in the comment section, girl. What's going on?
yeah,
Y'all give her respect. Don't interrupt her, please. Go ahead.
can,
No,
can you guys hear me?
we already know
Can,
the attack is going to be on me.
No.
wow,
Oh my God. Okay. Let
wow.
her speak. Let her speak, y'all. Be nice.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. What's up?
Okay, so here's the thing. Once again, I want to state he's saying attack because he's giving you guys a narrative that when we're speaking our mind or as if we're passionate about something, we're attacking. So in no way, form, or fashion did I say anything to attack him earlier, but his agenda is to once again show us as society shows us as we're attacking. We're being overly if you go up and look up the history of hysterical, we're being hysterical. We're being too emotional. Um, and that's not what's going on. What's going on is I'm pushing back on his agenda that we as black women we are not showing empathy. We are not here for our black males, and we've been here for them from day one. And now back to Christianity and going back to Africa, as P said. So at the end of the day, if we're gonna talk about religion, and if your agenda is about because what his agenda is about, he's saying that let men be men and let women be women. But what's his definition of what a woman? He wants us to go by what his definition of what a woman should be, and that's my pushback. My pushback is if I don't agree with your definition, that doesn't mean I'm being hysterical. That doesn't mean that I'm. He put in there that somebody was shouting. So he's putting he's I can't make sure I get the word right. Subliminally putting these words in your mind as he's talking because he wants everything of all the pushback to be dismissed as hysterics. So I saw you try to pull up here for a T. What happened was women back in the day were if their mental illness it was hysterics. So all these words that he's using, I don't think not that some people can get it and some people it depends on what field you're in. That's what he's doing. So he puts these words in your head, validating the concept that when black women speak, we're angry, we're shouting, we're doing all these things. And no one on this panel did either. So when we talk about let's go to religion. When we talk about religion, So if you go back and you look at the Pentecostal church, we're saying, okay, Christians and Christians and Christians. When you go back and look at the Pentecostal church, when they came to Africa and all these, like when people go on missions and all that stuff, some Africans were beat into submission. And so not that, so this whole witchcraft thing or whatever, if you allow somebody to put some of those things in your head, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, I probably did see a black witch. Oh yeah, maybe black people are doing this. But where is he getting it from? Just like Simply said earlier, and she has a analytical type mind, so she's like, you don't have to show me the stats. So sometimes we can't let people say, well, let me not use that. Sometimes we have to protect our energies as black women and not allow men that use big words to tell us that we're the problem. I'm gonna push back, and that's where I'm at.
Okay. I respect where you're coming from. I really do. Mr. Research, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, and notice I didn't interrupt at all. I will just tell the people listening. I heard he, his, and he. So there was nothing there for you, the listener. There was no new information for you, the listener. I'm going to let you, the listener, decide what information is best for you. You can hear what she has said. You can hear what I've said, and you, the listener, you get to decide. I'm not going to shout down her information. I'm just going to say it's a lot of he, him. It seemed like it was more about me and not about you people out there listening for good information.
You said it. If you said it, how would you like for me to, as you asked here for the tea, what would you like for me to call you? You don't want to call you he or what, Mr. Research? How would you like for me to refer to you?
No, I would just like for you to pick a topic and speak about the topic and not make everything a straw man thing about me and what you don't like about me. You've done that already last time you came up. I understand you don't like what I'm saying. You want me to shut up. I get it. But pick a topic and talk about your strengths and what you have mastered. Give that to the people so the people can have something to chew on other than don't listen to him.
So here's what he did again. So what he said was that whatever I was saying, even though he said these words, I just said what he said. And so now he's saying to give you guys more information. No, we're debating the information that you decided. If you want to be honest about it, the topic was, why do some black men hate black women? The things that you're talking about, such as witchcraft and all that stuff, is not on topic. Unless you're saying that black men hate black women because of witchcraft. You don't run her exactly. He doesn't run me, but he's used to having these. He's using his intellectual wording to make it sound as if he doesn't have an agenda. And so my pushback is he can't debate me in my pushback because he wants to go back to little girl, get in your place. You have no right to point out that I have an agenda, because the topic is why do some black men hate black women? So I'm trying to figure out, are you saying that black men hate black women because the images in the rap videos? Or are you saying because Monique said we shouldn't wear bonnets? Or because you're saying that that's what I'm getting from you. You're saying it's our fault that black men hate black women, and you're using intellectual wording as if this is actual research. So I'm in the comment giving actual research topics, but you haven't given us any data.
Blacker, I don't think there's really one answer for why black men hate, why some, because it really is only some.
Right,
some black men hate black women. I think I expressed some of the reasons before, maybe a little bit of trauma, the way they were treated early. I don't even want to say trauma, like it was really like that, like it affected them that much, but kind of pushed them towards having certain feelings. But I will agree with you this is the point I was trying to make that I forgot, that there is an attack on the image of Black women, and that some Black men feeling resentful about some things that they may be justified in feeling resentful about are co-signing, you know, which I think they shouldn't, because yeah, but I don't know, it's complicated. You just can't like just put one label on it for why. I think there's some reasons, I don't want to say justified, but I think like what Mr. Research was trying to get back to, like, what is it that like where is women's hand in this? You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think that might be because we all know what men aren't doing. We've heard it all before. There's plenty of platforms that talk about it, but on some of these platforms by women talking about what men do, they kind of don't highlight where women have had a hand in kind of, creating these men.
Well, let's do it now. Let's bash the brothers, because I think that's where the thirst is. So let's bash the brothers real quick. No, it's good. It's good. We can handle it.
Here for the
We good. So
Here for the tea.
here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Okay, I'm gonna have to mute you. Hold on, Mr. Research. We're not here to bash men at all. Let me just say that. I'm married to a wonderful, handsome, upstanding Black man. My dad was an upstanding Black man. His dad was an upstanding Black man. That's not what I'm here for at all. So I just hope that we can have an intellectual adult conversation without all the riffraff and just coming at each other. That's the problem. That, like I said before, that is the problem now in our community. We're always trying to attack each other. And for me, from what I got from Blacker, I don't believe she was attacking you or anyone else. I don't think you was attacking anybody. Let me be quite honest. I don't. But I just think that we have to separate. I don't know how we're gonna separate our emotions, because we are emotional as Black people, all together. But I just hope that we can come together and express our feelings without us getting upset with each other. That's all I want to do on my platform. I don't want anybody bashing men, bashing women. I just want everybody to have an intellectual adult conversation, and we just get along at the end of the day. That's all I want. This is not a beef channel. And I don't want it to turn into one. So
okay, I'm going to click off. I'm going to click off. Thank
you. I'm
gonna
click off in a minute too. But if I could say something, if I could bash men for a second, look, in some communities, men don't talk about what women are doing though, like, and why they're down. Actually, in the white community, they're starting to talk about it more. But I do kind of think that Black men kind of need to have, like, not disassociate from Black women, disassociate maybe from some of them that feel a certain type of way. But, I don't think they should in total disassociate, but kind of like just not really have a lot of, not really be not feel like what they're doing affects what they're doing too much. You kind of have to, I don't know, you kind of really have to feel like that a bit, like, because it will draw you, like, you feel like, oh, she's bringing me down, or I need her to cooperate. I mean, cooperation would be nice, but I don't know how I'm trying to frame it, but I don't think we should focus as men. I don't think we should focus on it too much. Like, oh, women are like this, because I think if we really get our stuff in order, women will fall in line. If we come with, like, show true virtue, a solid work ethic, offer stability, I think most women will fall in line. You know what I'm saying? So, and it's not necessarily what they're doing. But anyway, that's my opinion, and I'm gonna tap out. Thank you for having me on. I hope I didn't just ramble on about a whole bunch of nonsense. Mr. Research, it was nice talking to you, and thanks for having me, T.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you guys for coming on. I'm trying to get one of my other subscribers to come on that normally comes on, because she commented, why do Black men hate Black women but don't hate the Black men that don't show them love, etc. You have
kind
anything
of
for
didn't
that?
understand the last part.
I didn't really understand the last part either. That's why I want her to come on to elaborate because I'm not really clear on that. Hey, Renard family. Thank you, everybody who sent me cash apps and super chats tonight. I appreciate y'all so much. I really do. Because y'all didn't have to do it. And thank you to all the new members to the chat.
Well, let me say this. You know what you know, most of the people who follow me, they know I'm a complex type of person. I don't stress women like that. I just don't. And because of that, I'm not angry at them. So a lot of times people on, who follow me, they'll see how I try to be polite but still hold my ground as a human being, and how I'll get the Ice Cube treatment. You know how Ice Cube got treated on Fox O, where he gets attacked. And then I've had people say, if Mr. Research going to get attacked, there ain't no hope. Well, that's how a lot of dudes are feeling now. But here's where I get on dudes. I just feel like dudes shouldn't even say anything. I don't feel like dudes should even voice their dudes love black women way too much. And they
What do you mean?
say,
Wait. What do you mean way too much? And why don't you think black men should voice their opinions?
Because I believe that it's a futile move on the black male's part. He's bringing attention to his frustration, and he's pleading and trying to shame a person who has more legal power than he does.
Who is the person that has more legal power? What, the woman, the black woman?
Yeah, black women have way more legal power than
when they have children, right?
No, just on GP. No, just on GP. You and I, just like I'm still at my job right now. I didn't want to go fight traffic, so that's partially why I'm talking to you. You and I can be working. You can tear your blouse and yell rape, and it'll take me a year and a half to prove that you lied. And even when I prove that you lied, you won't get penalized. Yep.
I don't know. Yep. Okay. Let's do this. Do you know anything about the Charlemagne story and the Jessica Reed allegations against the R word? Okay.
Yep.
So apparently this happened years ago, and it's coming back up because of Kwame Brown, right? So
no, it's coming up because Charlemagne got into somebody else's conversation when he had problems himself.
That's what I mean. Okay. So how do you feel about Charlemagne allegedly getting away with the alleged allegations?
Okay, this is how I feel about it. You're a mother, and you want what's best for your child. And your argument is, I put a stop to it. I put a stop to Charlemagne being held guilty because I didn't want my daughter to go back through what she went through in a court case. What sense does that make? That Charlemagne is not in jail only because the mother makes the claim that she stopped the case because she was concerned with her daughter having to relive it in court. Yet, her decision did not help her daughter because she's still reliving it.
Yeah, that's messed up. But
this is not Charlemagne's. This is not whether Charlemagne's guilty or not.
But my thing is it wrong for this to be brought back up and dealt with just because the mom decided, hey, I don't want my daughter to deal with this? But what the mom failed to realize is that the daughter never really closed that chapter because of that. She's still dealing with it.
Doesn't matter. The mother had the legal, here we go again, legal authority over the daughter's concern.
Yeah, Jessica was 15 at the time. But does that denounce how Jessica still feels though?
Yes, it does.
I don't know.
Because now is, and see, this is where I say this is the difference that guys, well, let's not say guys, because there are warrior women also. Strategic women and strategic men understand that emotional people don't. You missed your
Okay.
opportunity. It's over. Time for a new game plan.
Damn.
You,
So what's the
you
new
can't,
game plan then?
yeah, because you got to understand, we're dealing with non-melanated people with laws and things of this nature. It's not about what you think should be right.
Mm-hmm.
It's not.
Yeah.
So
So basically what you're saying is we have to base everything on fact and law.
documented facts. Documented facts.
Documented facts and law. And
That's
see,
that's
this is where
the,
we have the problem as Black women. We base, and I'm a Black woman, but we do tend to base everything on emotion. Because for me, in my mind, I'm like, you know what? Who gives a damn how long it was? If this girl is still hurting and in pain from the situation that she allegedly dealt with Charlemagne, she deserves justice. That's in my mind frame.
right.
Regardless of
But
what her mom did at the time, because she was only 15, it's still fucked up for the girl, 15 years old at the time, Jessica Reed, to have to deal with it, and she still has not closed that chapter.
okay, let me throw a couple at you. So out
Okay.
in Georgia, there was a black boy going to a high school. The black boy started dating his 15-year-old girlfriend. The black boy was 17 when he started dating his 15-year-old girlfriend who was white at this high school. When the boy turned 18, all of a sudden, the father of the white woman, of the white girl, they still dating. She ain't had no issue with the with her black boyfriend. The father used the law to give this boy statutory rape.
Mm.
The boy was facing 25 with an L.
Mm.
The boy had a white adopted father who emptied his bank account to defend his black son. But this is the world we're living in, full of laws. You can sit up here and say, but they go to the same high school. But he's
Mm-hmm.
only a senior dating a freshman, and the girl ain't complaining. Don't matter. What is the law? Now, he's scandalous for doing that. You're right. But we as black folks got to know the law. That's one of the reasons why people hate what I say, is because what I say is so different from a dude from the hood, from a dude who used to sell dope, from a dude who used to be on the block. Once I learned white man wisdom, I'm like, I see why we losing. Because we want to scream at the wall. The white guy leases a tank in somebody else's name and knocks the wall down. And once he's caught, he leaves the tank there for the person whose name is under to take the fall.
Mm.
We're too busy screaming.
Right. So the people want to know, are you defending Charlemagne?
I can't defend Charlemagne because it's not about Charlemagne. It's about the mother inserted herself and undid what the DA was trying to do for her daughter. Black women, listen to me. Y'all got to have a town hall about that. Here's a person who maybe she should have got with some black women legal attorneys. Maybe she should have talked with some other black women to get what should she do. But you're saying you stop the DA from prosecuting Charlemagne because you were concerned about your daughter? Who gave you that advice?
Did they get paid off? No.
It sounds like it sounds like the mother didn't want to go through the court case.
Did they get, and that happens in a lot of, especially with the older women from back then, the older generation, like our mothers and stuff, they try to sweep under the rug, like they're the sweep under the rug generation. Whereas, the younger people, I'm 37, so now we're like, no, let's talk about this. Let's talk about it. Let's put it out on the table. I think I don't know if they're the silent generation. I don't know what it is. But anyway, they were the generation where they kind of swept things under the rug. And my generation kind of got out of that. And we're still on that path to getting out of that sweeping shit under the rug type stuff. We don't do that anymore. We want to talk about it, get it out. So my thing is, Jessica was probably influenced by her mother to be like, you know what, let's just leave it alone. And now Jessica is probably my age at this point, because she said she's probably younger than me, because she was 15, and I forgot when that incident happened. 05, I think. So she's like 5 or 6, because in 2005, how old was I? 21. So yeah, she was like, anyway, she's like 5 or 6 years younger than me. So that makes her about 30 at this point, 31. And she's probably in that generation to where she's like, no, I want to speak about what happened to me. Like, no, I want to talk about it. And I don't see nothing wrong with that, even if she has to file a civil lawsuit against him.
No, I mean, she always have that and let me shout out to Minnie for her question in the chat room, but she always has the option for a civil case regardless. Okay. That's always her option. But the problem is, to what you're saying, T, and what Minnie's saying, where's your lawyer money? See, this is what separate. I give a lot of advice. Sometimes, a lot of these black dudes, they call me for advice. I got a call earlier today, and I charge them. I charge like $100, $200 for an hour of my time. But I tell dudes simply this, and just so you can understand why I talk warrior and why I talk power. So I tell dudes about when I'm pulled over by the police, I have my information already in a Velcro card holder. But on top of the information is my lawyer's card. And why is that? Because when this officer opens this, he needs to understand whatever he's about to do, it's going to be a long day.
Right.
So to your question and to Minnie's question in the chat room, that's the problem with a lot of us in the black community. We have fallen in love with yelling about it. No, other groups fear your lawyer game. Other groups fear me and Miss T and her husband putting together $5,000 and making something happen.
What if they don't have $5,000?
Then you need to be going to your boss asking for overtime, or you need to be a supervisor or a manager so you can get that money. Look, T, I haven't even finished my college degree. I got 5 certifications.
Wow.
Right. I'm from the hood. I'm from the block.
So do you feel like college is a scam?
No, I feel like what's a scam is when another black person tells a black person to do only just enough. That's the scam. I don't care what you go to school, don't go to school. Go be a manager. Go lead people. Let people see you in charge. I'm tired of seeing black women graduate at a high rate, and then you go work under a woman who ain't even finished junior college
at all. And they're usually what? White? They're usually white.
Look, my boss just became director. So we got to stop yelling at the sky and actually buy an airplane. Or chip in with 12 people to we all use one airplane and just schedule what days we using it. We and so this is the problem I get on black men about. Stop taking this I hate to pick up a sword attitude. Stop taking this, look, The problem with us as black men is we want to fight, we want to shoot, and we want to have sex. That's our only power. Because that's all we're concerned about. Busting a nut, busting up somebody's head, or busting these weights. That's it. But when the last time you heard a black man say, hey, I am respected in the job that I do. People come to me for it. Ain't many black men do that. Or I pulled my nephew into this position. I pulled my brother-in-law into this position. But then black men want to do the soft target of attacking women. Come on, man. What is that?
Man, I don't know. That's a whole nother topic, like the whole molestation. I have to be careful with my words because of censorship.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, you too.
Yeah, but for me,
I'm sorry to interject. This is why black men have such problem with black women, is because a lot of these dudes are powerless outside of sex. That's why running game on women is so important to do. I can do it, but I don't trip like that. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think that you will ever get married, sir? Do you think you'll ever be married? Or
oh yeah, I'm definitely going to get married, but I think I may get an international black woman, like maybe a black woman from France, Africa. I just think the USA thing is so damaged. There are some nice ladies, and there are some ladies who have reformed themselves. But I look at it like this. I'm not going to have a traditional pastor or state marriage. I'm going to have a marriage where, hey, look, I'll put on paperwork up front that, hey, if we split, this is how I'll take care of you. This is what we'll get. We'll have that type of agreement. There's so many people in business who have that type of agreement, white, black. I know dudes who are with a woman going on 10 years and never had a state marriage, but she's able to get the house. She's able to sign for medical stuff, but I don't want to be in a situation with a human being who is looking at, this is how I can hurt him or hurt the situation. I'm not going to hit her. I'm not going to cheat on her. But for some people, you got to understand the way marriage is now. Many people, they're just not I've even heard my own sisters disrespect their husbands. Who, my brother-in-law, Jesus Christ, I feel so sorry for him. This dude has been loyal to my sister, my green-eyed sister, since they were 17. It was like movie book. He saw her at high school, said, that's going to be my wife. And he's been at her ever since. According to her, he don't hit her. According to her, he don't cheat. But that wasn't enough for her. She didn't like the way he had sex. Okay? And that was her main complaint. So one day, now that he runs Northern California for Mason work, now that he has her living on, man, this dude had her in a 3-car garage home before she made 25. This dude had her in a Mercedes Benz before she made 28. This dude now has her on a ranch home with a pool and 2 horses, and she's still freaking happy. So one day, this Mexican girl saw how unhappy my brother-in-law was after 25, 30 years of marriage. She put a hand on the inside of his thigh, and for the first time, he cheated. So a lot of times these ladies are trying to paint their behavior as perfect and pristine, but even in the situation with my sister, it was like, wow, really? Wow, you ain't appreciated this dude. And I had to tell her, I said, look, you ain't appreciated this dude since he came into your life. You wanted the thug who turned out to be nothing. You didn't even want this dude. This dude was 17 years old, mowing grass, and had 20 G's at 17 at a time when gas was 60 cents a gallon. Stop it.
Mm,
and
interesting.
he never got appreciated for it.
So your sister that you're talking about, right? She's a black woman,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
So do you feel some type of way about your sister and how she handled that relationship?
I feel with any woman who wants these humans, these black males, to behave a certain way, and then you don't have the level of appreciation. That's that, and I feel the same about dudes. You want women to behave a certain type of way, but you don't have the level of appreciation. I tell dudes all the time, and this is one of the reasons why I'm not married. You have to find a person who understands your level of leadership, and then once y'all do that, you got to be with it all the way. This is one of the reasons I called off my marriage, because I'm like, sweetheart, why are you doing XYZ? That's against the team. Oh well, I did, but sweetheart, that ain't what we talked about. Mommy, I can't keep having this conversation with you. I'm trying to respect you, but you be going behind the back doing stuff, and then when your plan don't work out, you come back to me like, well, you my boyfriend, get me out of it. No, mom, no, I gotta stay true to myself. Don't put me in that position. So one day she kept doing it. I had the Mexicans come to that door 5 a.m. in the morning, pack up everything. I'm good.
Mm,
That's why I said it's different when you're dealing with an established man. I ain't got to argue. I ain't got to hit you. I choose to treat you right because you're where I want to be. But what I'm not going to do is like some of these other men do. Be so into pleasing a woman and pleasing you as the woman and putting you so first that my son is fourth in my house. I'm not doing that.
mm, okay. So do you think that you're basing a lot of your relationships off of the way that your sister treats her man or men or
No,
whatever?
no. My sister's a very anecdotal thing. I got a chance to live overseas when I was 19, and I came back to America when I was 24, 25. And I got
Hmm.
to see the difference in culture and traditions. America, we don't have traditions. I think we would have less problems if we had traditions, if we had true flag traditions. Let me give you an example. If you're Jamaican living in the UK, right? You got a UK flag that you grew up under, and you got a Jamaican flag which is connected to your grandparents.
Hmm.
Anywhere on this planet, you go to Germany and you see a Jamaican restaurant, you're gonna go there and start talking patois. You're gonna feel like you home. You get into an argument with another Jamaican person from a different part of the island. You from Saint Anne and they from Belcroix. You're gonna let a lot of it go because that's my Jamaican sister. That's my Jamaican brother. We don't have that here. We have get the bag as our flag.
Hmm.
And get the bag means I'm willing to betray T in order for me to be looking good to my friends. Okay,
Mm,
everybody's not on that. I don't have to hate women. I don't have to hate nobody about that. So like matter of fact, look at the chat room. Like when you say you're not about that, I don't
hmm.
hold these women uh to heart for some of the stuff they're saying in the chat room. I don't. But
Hmm.
this is why we as black men, it's so hard for us to have conversations anymore, because it's like, don't even express yourself. Shut up. You know. And so I'm one of the nicer dudes in some of these spaces.
Hmm.
But I'm gonna tell you, T, in 2027, ain't gonna be no more black male, black female conversations on the internet. I guarantee it.
Why?
Because
Why? Why do you think that?
because the children who are 7 and 15 right now, they can care less about blackness. They are so international and so mixed and multicultural, they can care less. You're going to have girls and boys so interchanged, and then you'll have Latin supremacy, and you'll have Indian supremacy. You got it right now where people are hiring people just based on what country they're from, not whether they qualify. And meanwhile, black people are busy fighting. Our women are going to wake up one day and it ain't going to be any more black men willing to call them names, no more black men willing to talk negative about them, no more black men who are going to mention them. And on that day, that's when the non-black guys are going to do what I've seen in almost every country. They're going to go after the women hard. And black women are going to realize, wow, without these black dudes, we are truly not protected. I don't know why we drove these dudes away. The Arabs are not going to treat black women right. The Indians are not going to treat black women right. When nobody is scared of a thug or a pookie running out the woodwork to attack, what's that girl, Drizzy? Drizzy, I think that's her name. Drizzy went overseas and got into an argument, and those foreigners was going to rip her up. Her little thug boyfriend came out the woodwork and started setting everybody on flame. That's the only thing these dudes are afraid of. But I'm at the point where I want our black women to get what they're asking for. I want black dudes to stop attacking black women. I want black women to stop even mentioning it and let black women have all the stuff that they want, because it just doesn't make any sense. Now, I would protect people like you because you're the 20%, but I'm not doing it for the others. Just let them do their thing.
Well,
and notice, T, I ain't called them no names. I just choose not to be involved. I'm looking at all this name calling and all this this is what we as black guys are experiencing. I came on this platform just to hold a conversation. And when you look at your own chat room, you also will secretly be amazed at how much initiation of disrespect. Black dudes are not supposed to have an opinion other than put women first. But in 2027, you're going to see dudes are not even going to be having these conversations no more. I guarantee it.
Why is 2027 so significant? Like, I don't understand.
Because the teens will be 20 years old. Your 12-year-old will be 19.
Yes.
And your 12-year-old is your 12-year-old black girl is getting mesmerized by the little Pakistani boy that likes her, by the little white boy that likes her, by the little but the truth is in, what is he going to act like once he has the ability to choose? Yes.
Right.
Yes,
yeah.
you do have black women being dated, but let's talk documented facts. White guys for the past 60 years have never been over 4% white husbands to black women. Why? You got to file a marriage certificate. Why has it never gotten over 4%? It's a lot of dating going on, right? Shouldn't there be reflective with marriage certificates? Nope. But our women are going to attack the 82% of black guys who are putting forth marriage certificates. And our black women are going to say, that don't mean those black women are happy. Okay. All right. Ice Cube gets up there and starts talking about all black people. He gets attacked on Fox Soul. Black women got different concerns. Okay. All right. The old black men are dying. The whole put black women first guys are dying. I come from the standpoint of I do adore black women, but I'm not going to sacrifice myself for some of the nonsense that goes on. But these youngsters that's coming up behind us.
Let me ask you this. Let me say this. Okay, because it's been a lot on black women and you know, how terrible we are and all the things we need to work
Oh
on.
no, I don't think y'all terrible. I don't. I think. No, let me be clear. I do not think y'all terrible. I just
Okay.
think that. I just think that our black women are very unaware
Okay.
of how strategic other groups are moving.
Okay.
And I think the boys are equally unaware, but they have more awareness than our women. We as black boys don't have time for, let's say, a colorism conversation. We don't have time for it because most black boys are not in strategic places of power. Now, many of our women are in strategic places of power, and they're not exercising it against other women.
Okay, let me ask you this. What do you say about you know, black women are always accused of you're too loud, you're too opinionated, you're too this, you're too that, okay? And then on the other hand, they say, we're going to go date a white woman or somebody more submissive and quiet because they're quieter, they're more submissive, or whatever the case, whatever their reasons are, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
My issue with that is, why do you? Okay, I'm trying to figure out because I've been drinking a little bit of wine.
Take your time. Take your time. We're
Well,
good.
a lot of wine. Okay, let me stop lying. I've drunk a lot of wine, but my question is, why do you? Let me see. How do I want to word this? Damn it, I can't remember. Anyway, Sunny B. Hey, girl.
No. Let me try to answer it a little bit.
I
Let me try to
remember.
answer it.
Hi, here for the tea. How are you?
Hey, love. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Thank you. Busy day.
I
Hi,
know, right?
Mr. Research.
How you doing, Sunny B?
I'm good. My okay. I'm a little confused. I have all brothers. I have, no sisters other than my YouTube family here, all my sisters.
Right.
But I am a black female.
Right.
I predominantly dated all black men, and then I switched over.
What type of black men?
That was
what type of black men?
strong black men, working black men that have jobs, black men that went to college, black men that are now police officers, that are police sergeants, that are in the military. Some thugs, some not thugs, all of them. But what I'm trying to say is, when I switch over to date someone out of my culture, why is the black man mad? Look at you. Why you dating a white guy? Why you dating a Spanish guy? I was in the military. Okay. Mm-hmm. I went to Germany, Bamberg, lived there twice.
Congratulations.
So thank you. I appreciate that. But when a black man is with, say someone that's not black, white, Asian, whatever, that's okay. But if a black woman is dating someone out their culture, oh, that's gross. Why don't you need a black man. You need a strong black man. But like today, I went into a shop today, and I think I forget which one of the hot toddies, I don't know if it was Tamika, but I went in this shop today. The owner doesn't know me. I knew the owner's son because my daughter went to high school with him. And the owner was so nice, so sweet, so kind to me. I purchased my things. There's a black guy in there wondering, like, well, how do you know about this? Like, he's giving me the up and down look. The owner was like, oh, here. And he actually told the black gentleman, who was a good looking guy, I would have, gave him a chance. And the guy's like, hey, come back. And the guy's giving me free stuff. He's like, here, sis, you're a veteran, giving me more information. And you think that black guy was like, hey,
so let me slow you down a little bit, Sonny. Let me slow you down and give you
up and down, but they don't say anything. So what's that about? I'm just confused about the whole.
Let me give you a couple of answers, Sonny.
Okay, let me give you the answers, Mr. Research.
I'm gonna give you the microphone back, but
let
me give you a couple of answers.
I appreciate it. I appreciate that.
So I'm gonna do it different than what Kevin does it. So I'm gonna speak to you. What
Don't do it
industry?
how Kevin does it.
No,
Just
no,
do
no,
it
no.
how
Hold
you
on,
do it.
hold on.
Do it how you do it.
What industry are you in, Sonny?
I'm a
Industry.
nurse.
Okay, so I'm in medical also. I'm in medical finance.
Mm-hmm.
So you know that there's a difference between CNAs and volunteers and
Mm-hmm.
nurses, right?
Yes, I understand all of that.
Here's what has happened, Sonny, on a cultural level. We have our women have given CNA type dudes the impression that they have nursing credentials.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many dudes like you just expressed who back in the day they couldn't pass our warrior class. This is why so many dudes in the hood would get shot, because they would come to the block with that feminine behavior, talking out of turn, emotionally expressing yourself. And just like you got frustration with some of those dudes you described, some of those dudes have survived behind the skirt of women. So they don't know how to disagree with a woman or see a woman do something that they would not prefer without, man, I said it because it need to be said. Man, I can't stand that. See, some of these dudes are so undisciplined. And notice my answer, Sonny, is about the dudes. It's not about y'all. Some of these dudes have not been around any warriors. You spoke of police officers, military, and that's not to
Yes.
say they perfect.
Yes.
But some of these dudes, Sonny, they just haven't they haven't been around warriors. And you as women, some I won't put it on all women. Some women they fall in love with cuteness and they fall in love with
Cuteness only gets you so far. What about
right.
your mental? What about supporting our family? I don't care where you work at, what you do. If you're supporting the family, that's what you're supposed to do. But it was
But
my
the problem
thing
is,
that,
Sonny,
you know,
some of these dudes are only supporting families to get closer to the sex. That's the problem. And they never ran into dudes who are going to say, hey, dude, Sonny's a pretty decent girl, dude. You need to stop cheating. Hey, Sonny, you need to tell dude about himself. This is what the problem is. Some women have given birth to some dudes who can't survive without women. And I even go into man circles and I say this. There's some dudes who are just they have no track record, Sonny. That's why I asked you what type of guys. There's so many dudes that women date that have no track record on surviving by themselves. You know how it is, Sonny, in Germany. You can get cracked over the head for saying something out of pocket, right? And the police are and
that
the
could be
police are going to
anywhere.
look
That
at
could
you
be
like what?
anywhere though. In America, not just overseas, but it's just like, the comment that I read, and I felt that comment because like today when I went in that shop, that man didn't know my daughter. He didn't know me. I knew the son and the wife, but then the black, I'm like, oh, he's kind of cute, and he's looking at me like, why am I in here? Like, do you have a credit card? I'm like, you only bought one thing. I have 10 things. It's not about money. It's about like, oh, I thought he was good looking. We might be the same age, and he called me back in, and I got my free stuff. I'm like, what is up with these black guys? What's up? Y'all don't, not y'all. Some of
No,
y'all
but I
don't
get you.
mind.
There's a lot of insecure people.
Let me
Go ahead.
ask a question real quick. Hey,
Boy, stop tapping.
Hey, Mr. Research, I want to ask you, like, what's your preferred choice of women as far as like ethnicity, like the color?
Oh, I like very dark women. I like very, very,
So
very dark.
so you like black women, basically.
Well, I just said very dark women.
I mean, like black women, right?
He likes dark women. That means she could be Indian, she could be
Okay.
Pakistani, she could be Arabian, she could be, from British Columbia, she could be from anywhere. That don't mean she's black.
Okay, so what's your ideal choice of a perfect woman? Like, how do you want her to act? Like, what do you want her to move, Mr. B? What do you want her to work? What do you want her to drive? Like, what type of woman do you like? Like, explain.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you. So in order to explain, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Sonny. What industry are you in?
None. I'm unemployed.
Okay, so this is going to be hard to explain.
It's
To the
Why?
not.
younger
Why
It's
does
not.
industry
It's
matter?
not
What if
because
I
I'm gonna
said
tell you
I was a
why.
stripper?
Because let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Because every time somebody asks you something, you go into something else. If I ask you about bread, you go into taco shells. You get what I'm saying? Like we're not talking about like then somebody asks you a question. It's always hard to explain. It's not. Like, it's not. That's why I ain't want to get on here, gang. Like it's not hard to explain. I'm telling you, it's not. You could just explain it. Like it's easy just to say it. Like okay. I like black women. I prefer them to have a job. You know what I'm saying? They don't gotta have like no car or no shit like that. We gonna get a crib together. Like you know what I'm saying? Like it's all cool. They don't gotta have like no expensive shit. Just make sure you got your cut. You know what I'm saying? Like not on no weird shit, but like on some we both grown type shit. Like you know what I'm saying? Like that. Like so, what's your preferred choice of women? Like how do you like them?
Like I said, see, for you, you saying stuff that it's kind of like you don't care. So for me, the only
All
reason
right,
I
I'm
say it
gone,
would be
gang. I'll holler at y'all,
okay.
gang.
I'll be quiet. You, golly, bro.
Boy,
So,
stop. Why did you leave?
Why did
well,
go? Why?
well, because he came up for entertainment purposes. He didn't come up for.
No, he's good. Like, okay, first of all, you have to understand why he's unemployed. Because
No,
I
no,
know,
no. It's
like, I
good. I'm
know
not. I'm not.
one
I'm
of
not
my best
harping on him.
friends.
I'm not harping on him for that. It's just that what happens in the male community, you get a lot of us guys who we want to impress women by attacking dudes. So uh, I can't answer his question because for him, he's not investing in nothing right now. You know what I'm saying? So let me try to
You
answer
don't
as
know
if
that.
he was here.
But
No,
you don't
no.
know that, though.
Well,
He could
that's what
be.
he said.
Just because he's not employed right now does not mean that he's not investing in anything. See, that's kind of, you don't know that. You know what I mean? You don't know what other things he might have going on.
So while I respect what you're saying, and he's back, good. While I respect what you're saying, the way I view warriors, the way I view males, we are definite in what we say. So if a person tells me that they do Bitcoin, then they doing Bitcoin. If a person tells me I'm just sitting on a couch, then they sitting on a couch. I don't get into the could be, maybe. I go off what a man says. A man says he doesn't do X, he doesn't do X. But let me answer this question, especially since he's back. So the reason why I think it's difficult is because I have relationships for the purpose of union as it will benefit my future son and daughter. I don't get with people just because they're cute. I don't get with anybody just because they this. I'm looking for a strategic union. Already got property, already got legacy property, I got to bring somebody in my circle that fits the plan for my future children. So when I'm out of this world, they good with the mom that I've selected. Um, that's the easiest way I can answer that.
Right. So what's with the selection process shit? Like what's up with like that's some like old like hey marry off to my daughter like hey you gonna marry my daughter when you turn 18 type weird shit like you know what I'm saying like it's similar to that like you want some Kevin Samuels type shit. I don't like that.
Well,
I don't like that
I
type of
understand.
that shit ain't cool. That shit like whack. That's killing the black community right there. That whack shit like y'all gotta get off that, dude. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. And I'm educated and don't nobody care about that. I keep trying to tell people that no one cares about that. No one cares. Your education gonna help me how?
Mm. So, what's your solution? What's your solution? How you are benefiting the black community if we're so wrong? Educate us.
The thing is, right, I'm not down in them, bro. I'm not doing no weird shit. Like you know what I'm saying?
That's not answering.
I'm
That's
not
not answering the question.
listen,
You're
I'm
avoiding
gonna
the
answer it
question.
right here. Listen,
Hey,
listen, listen. I'm
listen.
gonna answer it. I'm finna answer it. I'm not saying like I can't answer your question because you're unemployed or some weird shit like you know what I'm saying? That's whack. That's overly whack. Like I can't answer your question because hey, so somebody on the street say, "Hey, sir, do you know where North Avenue is?" Hey, I can't answer your question because you're homeless. Like what the fuck? Like, dude, that shit. Gee, that shit like some old, like, I don't know, G, what type of shit y'all be on.
We still waiting for your answer though. You still haven't
Bro, I
given.
just answered it for you as clear as day. Like, yeah,
No,
it's goofy.
then
Like, at
evidently
the
you
end
didn't
of
know
the
what
day,
the
it's
question
goofy. Like,
was.
you know what I mean?
Here for
Then
the
you must not
tea.
remember what the question is.
And
'Cause
bro, I
that's
feel
not the
like
answer.
I feel like you don't like very dark women. Like, on the real shit, like, you don't
Okay,
like
I'm gonna
black
try
women.
to ask this question again because I see you trying to have a gotcha moment. What is your
Nah,
solution
I'm not even
of
trying
how,
to talk to you no
what
more.
is your solution of how people see just here for entertainment? And
Mr.
that's what.
Research, can I ask you a
No.
question?
Okay. Go
Go ahead,
ahead.
Sonny.
And then we're gonna hear from Psychology Eats, a real psychologist.
Mr. Research, so when you ask like how like what like the person's job is, like you ask me what I do for a living. So why does it matter what I do for a living? Like when you ask that question.
Because just as you told me that you've been exposed to Germany and you've been exposed to different levels of people,
Yes.
and I think Psychology Eats might agree to this. It shows what level of mastery you've had in your life. It's how exposed you are to other theories and other traditions, and it means a lot. So if a person says that I only drive Uber, I don't get into what they could have been doing, no, tell me who you are and what industry are you mastering. So for me, it matters because I look at things from the standpoint, Sonny, of what is your son and daughter going to think? That's because look, at the end of the day, the Black community has to show that it can put their children in better situations before they turn 16. And and so many of my answers are based on that. The guys have to pick better, the women have to receive better candidates. So that's my answer, Sonny.
Okay. Thank you for that.
All right. Psychology Eats, what do you have to say about this topic? Welcome.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
You got some
I'm pretty
echo.
good. Hello, everyone.
Hi, Psychology.
I don't hear an echo.
I hear an echo on my end.
You do?
Oh, now I don't.
Yeah, now you do.
I don't hear it. Mm-mm.
Okay, so if you're not speaking at the moment, just go ahead and mute your mics, and then that'll make it easier. Okay, so go ahead, Psychology.
Okay, so I think what I wanted to add to this whole discussion is the topic is, why do Black men hate Black women?
That was
the original topic, right? And so I wanted to say that is not everyone's experience. When I grew up and how I, raised my sons and my husband and my father and, all of that, people that was influential men in my life, I didn't see that type of disrespect until I left the home, right? And then I saw, as I became, a woman and I could hear, other women going through difficult relationships and, being disrespected. And so I don't think that's everyone's experience, but we know that there's just the systematic influence that has driven Black men and women apart that started back in slavery. And we all know that now. We're educated to that now. We didn't understand why we were behaving the way we were behaving until we were educated and research was done and books were written. And we then realized, oh, damn, this is why we are in the position we're in today. And it had everything to do with our culture coming here from Africa, being divided, and all the things that happened to us as Black people. And so here we are today and I think somebody made the point and they talked about feminism and all of that. And I think Black women, we took that that word and use it as an empowerment to Black women, saying, and I think it was a narrative that was fed to us through the media. Like, we don't need Black men. We can raise our children on our own, all of this stuff. And we bought into that, which was wrong. And I know that we know that is wrong today, that we do need our Black men.
Yes, we do.
Exactly. And I think even though, the narrative is that we don't support Black men, and that is so wrong. Even when they don't deserve it, we support them.
Yes. I know I do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I think, what the researcher, mentioned, as far as Black women and what our roles are and what we bring to a relationship, it definitely varies, and it depends on, that woman's upbringing, her value system, her morality, all of that stuff. And the same thing for Black men. Black men, Black men who, call Black women out of their name, and being disrespectful to Black women. We don't know the source and the reasons why they behave that way. It could be family issues, mother issues, whatever.
Well, let me speak a little bit to it. Maybe you can chime in, psychology. I find that many guys have been disenfranchised with who they are beyond sex and physicality. And it's, even from the hood up to corporate, you got a lot of dudes who the only thing that they're able to do many times is have sex or physically fight. I run into so many dudes who have a hard time outthinking a situation or being super prepared for a situation. And I think that a lot of times that comes from, like you said, upbringing. They haven't been around a lot of strategic players. But in defense of women, when I can tell when a guy has been around a strategic mother, because she has super enhanced this dude with, sometimes I see dudes fighting against their mother and they still spilling out some of their mother's wisdom on strategic matters. And you can see it. So I think that the problem really is that a lot of dudes have a thirst to be strategic, but they've been engulfed in emotional upbringing. And many dudes, even when I would see them get shot, killed, or dudes that fell in love with a new gun and all that type of stuff, it was like watching a child find some level of power. But you tell me where I might have got it wrong.
No, I think that is just, men in general. I've surrounded myself, with professional men, and I'm saying professional maintenance men, professional UPS driver, professional FedEx worker, professional police officer, whatever, doctor. I don't care. Any of those men like guns. Men have an aggression, and oftentimes that aggression is taken out physically, and that goes way back. That's just the men being the protector, the stronger of the genders. And so, I know men, that go to the gun range and have guns and stuff, and they're not street hoods. You know what I mean? So that's just part of what the male gender is. Women are nurturing. Men are more aggressive. That's just human nature. I think as far as this topic is concerned, and do Black men hate Black women? I don't believe they do. I believe that there's been so much hurt and anger and mistrust in our community and lack of knowledge about sometimes even how to love each other in a healthy way. And sometimes that's all we see. You know, the Cosby Show was so instrumental because we finally got to see a Black couple love each other, even as far as back as Good Times, having a Black family that loved each other. We were not seeing those images on TV.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and we finally got to see that. You know, it was so instrumental to Black families. So, you know, it's just something that, you know, we as Black people, we are continuing to build on and teach our sons how to respect Black women. You know, my son is going through a situation right now with a young lady, and he is, even though it's a situation, he has not been disrespectful towards her or calling her out her name. And that is because he wasn't raised seeing that.
Mm-hmm.
He was raised watching, you know, his dad be respectful to me and how we problem solved and dealt with things. And that is a testimony to just your environment.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's Black. I mean, it's a good topic because I think when we see Black men call us out our name or misrepresent us or disrespect us, it's not the whole culture. It's not all Black men. I never heard my dad call my mother out her name, ever.
Mm.
You know what I mean? So oftentimes it's your environment and it's the way you were raised and, you know, what you saw. And we just have to change that. And I mean, I think what Monique was saying, I know y'all talked a little bit about that, is really just kind of, you know, teaching the next generation. You know,
You
will
know,
I
you know
go?
what? Before you go to that, let me just say this. You know, I try to paint a picture sometimes of when I used to hear women and men refer to each other as kings and queens growing up in California.
Mm-hmm.
And one time I started hearing women call guys dogs.
I
But
remember that.
But the guys continue to tell us little kids, regardless if they calling you dogs, you still call them queens.
Well, guess what?
And
Do you remember? Let me say before you continue on. Do you remember calling your own homeboys dogs? Like that was a thing for men to call
No,
their
that
home.
came later. That came later. That came
Okay.
later.
Because that's the era of my husband. My husband is 43, just turned 43 this year in February. And he still calls his friends that he went to college with dog. Like, what's up? Like when he calls them, what's up, dog? Like, you know, my husband graduated high school in 96. Okay. So like, I'm like, damn, like that's crazy. Even with me and him having a 5.5 year difference, I'm like 5.5 years different from him. But like my homeboys from that era, they didn't really call each other dogs like that. So I be trying to figure out where the hell did that come from? Like, what is that?
So that came from after Atomic Dog came out by George Clinton.
Mm-hmm.
When Atomic Dog came out, that's when dudes started referring to each other as dog.
Yes.
That's when you start this is before rappers, before you ever heard a rapper call anybody a B or H on a record. One woman got into a conversation with me. She said, well, Boogie Down Productions did that. I said, no, the term is Scott LaRock, which is a guy, was a super hoe. He's talking about himself. There's no reference before 1986 of any rapper or music person calling a woman out their name. The closest that came to was Prince. He had a song called Irresistible B. So dog, we start calling each other dog after George Clinton came out with Dog Catcher. It's like, what's up, dog? Well, the same thing when you say we men call each other dog, that's the same thing that women call each other bees.
Right.
And
I'm not gonna lie. Me and my friends call each other bitch sometimes, and it's not offensive.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But I guess my point is simply this. there was a point in time where we're calling each other kings and queens. And I understand the topic is what it is, but I kind of want women to understand this one piece. I think even if we men sometime are perfect, because I think back when those black men were telling us, still call them queens, even though they're disrespecting you. I find that gave birth to the resentment for a lot of those uncles and grandfathers. When you're telling people, respect these people who are disrespecting you, and you still give them reverence. That's what made it all really go bad. So at some point in time, Psychology Eats, or even Miss T, even if we get all these dudes doing exactly what you women want us to do, nobody's going to care that these guys will be getting disrespected, because it's a throw your hands up mentality. That's why I stopped her from going into Monique thing, because we're killing off grandmothers. We're telling older women to be quiet. And then on top of that, I feel like people want the males to be docile and respect the people who are doing all the attacking. Guess what? Psychology Eats. Black men didn't create terms like mammy and pick me. Black men are not sitting up here talking about biracial attack the biracials. It feels like women are constantly creating a war. And I understand the topic, but even if you have, I said it feels like, even if you have us going back to being docile, even if you have us going back to being docile and just serving women and putting ourselves last, at what point are we going to say to women, stop creating wars even amongst other women?
Well, first of all, I'm gonna go back to your term resentment. Resentment both ways. Black men towards black women towards black men. That started way back. If you go back to slavery, when black women were being raped, slaughtered, kidnapped, all that stuff, and the black men not having any power to save her, rescue her, any of that. And so then it started there. And for black men, they in their heads back then, did we like it? Did we, want to be with master and all of that stuff? And it was the breakdown of the family, of the black family, husband, wife, whatever. It started back then, way back then. So if we want to really break down, like, when did this division start between a black woman and a black man, it's way past 1970 when, that song came out or whatever. And when we say dog, it's spelled DAWG, not a DOG, dog. And it's just depending on what part of the country that you lived in, if you use that term. It's what up, player, what up, dog. That has nothing to do with the systematic racism and division of the black family and division between the black woman and the black man, and black men feeling okay to disrespect us, the woman, the mother of their children, the partner in the household, to disrespect us, on live TV or on the internet or whatever. So that's what this subject is originally was supposed to be about, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was about why does some
that's our issue. That's what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah. So can you, if we go back to that, Mr. Research, can you answer that question in a way? The original question or the topic of tonight was, why do some black men hate black women? Can you answer to that, please?
Well, I kind of said it. Is that a lot of guys unfairly are attacking soft targets, and many of those dudes have not been around any warrior type situation. Even here on the internet, I don't just talk what I'm talking here. I talk it amongst dudes. We've even had conversations where dudes be like, "Hey, catch a flight, dude," because all that talking greasy over the internet ain't what's popping. Warriors are not. We're not
Right.
about just running our mouth. Let's get at it. You know what I'm saying? I can go sit and do 11 months and think nothing about it. So
That's the
let's
aggression of the male.
right. So let's not talk over the internet. But what's happened is, and I'm answering your question, you got a lot of these dudes who have fell in love with talking over the internet, and they're going after soft targets, females. They're going after children. They going after all this type of stuff. And we got too many people allowed to breathe oxygen who are just out of pocket. Now, in retrospect, I have some points because I do champion some points, but not to the point where I feel like we have get
Okay, you're breaking
to the
up,
point
Mr.
of ethnic
Research.
groups. Let's look at people who are buying up your grandma's house because you can't afford to pay the mortgage, the back mortgage on it, because you've been so busy trying to be a pimp and a player, or you've been so busy trying to get this dude for all his coins. You know what I'm saying? People die. Pretty.
I don't know who all these women are that you're talking about who are out here
Yeah,
trying to get money off of a dude.
yeah,
Black owner
your
of property, because I grew up.
your phone is breaking up right now, Mr. Research.
Did he say black property owners?
Yeah, because even like where my parents live, and their house is paid off, my husband's parents' house is paid off, and they are trying to buy up their property because of gentrification. Let's be very clear, they
Yes.
are. But
Yes.
at the same time, we as the daughters and sons of our parents, we have to say, no, you're not going to buy their property. We're going to figure out something else to do with our parents' property. We're not going to sell out to what you're trying to do to the community.
100. Oh God, here for the tea. That is, man, I am glad you said
Do you
that
see
because
what I'm saying?
I
Yeah.
got a letter in the mail where they told me
Oh,
that
yeah.
I had to sell my father's house because all those houses had to be sold. They tore down my grandmother's old house, which is on a lot in the medical community, and the price is up there for everybody to see. I'm like, I don't have to sell my dad's house, number one. Number two, you tore down my grandmother's house and you're selling it for pennies to the medical people. What, like $200,000? That's nothing. And she has a corner lot right next to the doctor's office. It's like, no, you ripped her house down. So you think I'm going to give you my dad's house? I will sit in the front yard in a tent until you bulldoze me down. No, I'm not doing
And
it.
they can get that property. They can get that property through eminent domain.
Yep. My grandmother, one that will be 94 this year, thank God. She sold it years ago, went to a little, adult community. Now she's in assisted living. But what about my other grandmother that, has her home and is, comfortable with Diego and all that? And then my dad's house, what do I do with that? So what do I do with his house when you're sending me letters saying, oh, all these houses have to be sold. You're going to have to sell your house just because it's a medical community. It's crazy. It's absolutely
the government can take over.
Yeah, they will take over.
Will take over the property.
Yeah, they're that's what, and the neighbors have been painting it, and they, boarded the windows for me. They take care of the property. They cut the, the mango, things that fell on the, the top of, the roof, and, they take care of that for me. And it's like, why are you're just pushing us out? I mean, I just don't get it. But yeah, here for the tea. I'm so glad you said that because I literally have 2 letters of these people telling me, oh, you're gonna have to, and I have a lawyer. That's the crazy thing. He's like, oh, well, if you ever want to sell the property, I'm like, no, I'm really not gonna sell right now. Maybe, I can, rent it out, like a rooming house or something like that. But here I
Right.
get 2 letters telling me, well, these houses are eventually going to have to all be sold. I'm like, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah.
When you think about that, you think about my one grandma, that house was there for years and years. Like I said, I'll be 49 and they just took the whole land down. And it's only, for a minimal amount of money. But they're,
Yeah.
that's what
Yeah.
they're doing.
Yeah. It's crazy because they're
Wow. I
doing it
mean,
to my parents. They're doing it to my parents, my husband's parents. It's just crazy, and we're not falling for it. We're not falling.
No, I'm
But
not
here's
gonna
the way
fall for that. You pick Nana's
Yeah.
that grandma's house, but you ain't taking Nana's, you ain't taking my dad. So y'all gonna see me on the news.
And me too. Y'all gonna see me
Girl,
on
they
the
gonna drag you right
Dallas,
off of that
Texas,
front
like,
porch.
okay, I'm gonna be in Dallas, Texas, like y'all not messing with my parents' stuff. Look, leave
They
us
gonna
alone.
drag
Yeah.
you all
Y'all are
across
gonna
that
see me
What they're
lawn.
on
gonna
the
do is build up.
WPTV
What they're
news.
gonna do is build up those areas and make those really nice areas and like
That's what they're doing. That's what they're
raise up the price,
doing.
raise
Oh
up
my
the
God,
price,
you're so
and
right.
then yeah, it's gonna be
Wow, you're
crazy.
so right. I'm like,
So we
man, I
need to
showed
stay
Nana
strong,
that
y'all. Stay
today.
strong.
Yeah,
Stay
stay strong.
strong,
Yes,
baby. Stay strong. I
I can
don't care
sit
how
for a
much
long
they offer
time.
you. I don't care how much they offer you for the houses. I don't care how much
No,
they offer y'all. Stay strong because by the time by the time the market is done and over with to where they want it to be, listen, the houses that our parents lived in and they, paid off, those houses are gonna be worth so much more than what they paid for them. So we
I'm
need to
telling
stay
you.
strong.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna sit outside under the mango tree. I'm gonna eat mangoes and sit there. You're gonna see me on the news, Miami News. Look at this crazy lady sitting under the mango tree. Yep. I got a whole tent. Yes, I do. Yep,
I'm
me and
telling
Storm. I ain't moving.
you. Yes, absolutely.
No, you're not pushing my family out. No way. Wow, I didn't know that was going on in other states and stuff.
Oh yeah,
I
it's
didn't
happening
realize
everywhere,
that.
girl. It's happening everywhere. So
Wow.
absolutely. Does anyone else have anything to say before we get out of here?
No, great
Mr.
topic.
Research? Any last words, Mr. Research? Is Mr. Research still there?
I think he might have got disconnected.
He just
Oh,
came back. Mr.
Well,
Research.
all right.
Oh, there he
No, I'm
is.
here.
Are
I'm
you
almost
there,
over.
Mr. Mr. Research? Are you in America or are you in the UK?
No, I'm in America.
Okay.
I used to live in Surrey, England, but I left there back in '93. But
Okay.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. I just want to say this on something Sunny B said. Sunny B talked about property and she talked about awareness of things that are happening. That's what marriage is about. It's about having a strategic partner that understands those things, those business moves that need to be looked at. And you need a wife or a husband for you women who understands the strategic things that are happening. Like I have legacy property, I have my property. So I can't just invite a person in just because they're beautiful. I'd rather take somebody who's a possible project, who has awareness more than I would somebody just for the beauty and look. At the end
So a
of the day,
woman is a project to you to build and mold?
Wow.
Look, a man is a project for her to build and mold. Let's not forget that. Queens back in the day did not just have automatic kings. A lot of kings did not have the ability to have socialite awareness. They relied on their queens to do that. That's why on the chessboard, when they made it, she can go anywhere on the chessboard because that's her strategic power. She uses her
So why were kings automatically given the title of king before they were able to actually be a king?
Because the people respected lineage. Lineage outside of America. Lineage outside of America is more respected than America.
This
But
is
is
why
that
so many
fair?
groups
Is that fair though?
is absolutely fair because groups, this is just the way the planet works. Groups
Mhm.
operate on who's going to take over the namesake. Even if it's a woman and she has a son and she gives the son her namesake, she teaches him all the things she learned from her father or her mother businesswoman. People in the black folks don't want to admit that single people are not succeeding. They're just holding money for somebody with a group to take it over and give it to their child. Most
When
people
you're
who
single, when you're single,
single people don't understand the way groups work. They allow you to stack money and stack resources. And then once you're in a weak state, whether you be old or whatever, this is what gentrification is all about. They come in with their group money and their group dynamic, take it from you and give it to their children and pretend that their children have always had it.
so just because I may be single doesn't mean that I have no business sense to say no, or I can't call the family lawyer and say, you fix this now. So just because I'm single doesn't mean, or any other single female, doesn't have to be
Mhm.
black, that we have no brain, that we can't read, or that we can't call, Mr. John HEQ Esquire. Mm?
No, never said any of that. What I'm saying is that you have the ability to do all of that, no problem. But these
Yeah.
groups come in when you're at your weakest, and then they send you to the old folks home. Then
Well,
they use it.
yeah. I'm at my weakest now.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
lost
trying to
my
say.
dad, all my dads, but yeah, that doesn't mean that a female, male, whoever is weak because they're not married. Sometimes, yeah, you get down, you get low, but that doesn't mean that you can't fight and say, no, I'm not going to sell you that. What the heck are you talking about? I can call, whoever. So are we weak because we're not married? We need to be married to have a man or a woman, tell us, hey, this is what you need to do. You can't do that. They're going to take this over. They're going to do this. So we have to be married. Do we have to be married?
Can I answer, Sonny?
Yeah, you can answer me.
Okay. Groups, whether we as black folks want to admit it or not, groups operate in a family dynamic to take
Yes,
over what
yes,
single people have.
yes.
Single people, we fool ourselves into belief. There's a property I know of right now. Let me use this example. It was owned by Miss Love. Miss Love built this entire community. She had like 4 properties. You would never know that Miss Love even existed. And the problem is that too many of our black families do not look at it from that lineage standpoint. And then these white people come in, or non-melanated people come in, take over the property, and then write a lie that the Hostings have owned this since whatever, and they take over Mrs. Love's
Yeah.
entire lineage as their
Oh, yeah.
own. My
I've
family has
seen that.
been,
Oh,
let me
yeah.
finish, son. My family has been in place for 60 years before I was even thought of. They've been in place for a total of 60 years now. I've seen everything change. And here I am, the youngest. My sisters aren't even in position to take care of my mother and her property. I got to do it.
Why you
So
have to do it? Why can't your sisters help you do it? Why can't you do it together? Why can't you do it as a family? That's what the family is about. Family. Why can't you do it together? Why can't you help together? That's what family is all about. Not separation. Family is about to be together. Whether you married, divorced, single, one arm, one leg, in a wheelchair, no wheelchair, crippled, whatever. Why can't you do it as a family? That's what I do with my brothers. I am the only girl. I
can I
do it.
answer?
I do that. Why can't y'all do it together?
Can I answer, Sonny?
Yes, you may answer now.
Because the 5 of them told my mother they can't help.
And why can't they help? That's the questions you need to ask. That's what
Because,
family is about. It may
Sonny,
be hard,
let me try
but
to
you need
answer,
to.
Sonny.
You guys
Let
need
me
to
try to
answer.
answer, Sonny.
Ask
Let
those
me try to answer,
questions.
Sonny, it's
Okay.
because of the choice. It's because the choices that they made were not lineage choices. They were choices that just benefited them as well. And those choices backfired on them. So
Okay.
I mean, just like one example. My sister, my other sister, she's a valedictorian, but she got into a situation where she got into a situation.
Okay.
I offered her a job twice since I returned back to California. I've been gone 20 years. My sister turned it down twice.
Hmm.
My sister was not in a position to help with the burial of my father. No problem. You ain't got no money. Then her husband died. Then all of the lies she has told herself about pensions and all that, it started crumbling down upon her. Then she got to the point where her own children didn't want to help her.
Was she stealing from the family?
These are choices that she made, and those choices backfire. So not everybody has lineage mentality, and not everybody is in the process of thinking beyond their own self-gratification. I think the psychologist needs to be able to tell you that.
Okay, that part I can agree with. Yes, that part I can agree with.
What I'm trying to share with you is that groups, irregardless, constantly have this group mentality. They are not really there for their self-gratification as much as some of us single people. And when we're trying to compete against groups, which is my real point here, hate me all you want to, but when we
don't hate you. No, there's no hate. This is love over here, honey. There's no hate, Mr. Research.
No, we don't hate
this is great. This is awesome content. I'm loving it because like I told here for the tea. This is awesome. I love it. I love it because I'm going to be on WPT News at my dad's house. I love this.
Yeah,
it's awesome. I'm learning. As a female, not just Black, but that's why I asked you about your sisters, because I'm an only girl with all these brothers. You know what I mean? So I'm just asking. They probably went through something. Okay, that's.
Yeah, I think what I'm trying to share is that even a lot of times Black dudes don't know this. When you're going against groups, if you don't hear nothing else, hear what I say about this. Okay. If you're going against groups, the single get the bag mentality will not protect you, because those groups have sacrificed their own personal victory for a long-term plan for their children. That's why when you speak with some of these groups, the Latin, the Portuguese, they're not perfect. I ain't gonna say they're better than Black folks. They just play the game better. They see the long vision better. They don't date for the sake of dating. This is why you'll see a tall, beautiful Latin woman with a short, hairy chest Mexican. You like, how does she love him? These things are strategic. And our community.
What's your point? What's your point?
Okay, I'll be quiet.
No, I want to know what is the point with the tall, beautiful woman and the fat guy? Yeah, the money. Oh yeah, I'm with him because of that. I married him because of this. That's the oldest game in the book. We all know that. That's not man, woman culture or nothing. That's just sexy women. Oh, yeah. Why are you with that 80-year-old guy? Well, because he has $500 million. So what's your point? I live in a community like that. So what is your point? What is your point? I want to know what your point is, Mr. Research. Educate me, because I need to know. I need to know because I got property to sell for days, maybe in 20 years or 10 years, whatever. Teach me something. I don't want to know about the dating game and the single life, the married life and all that, because guess what? It don't matter. That don't matter if you're married or single. Property is property. Sex, money, drugs, whatever. Teach me. Answer the question. I got property. What am I going to do with the property? What can I do besides be on the news? Not moving from my dad's house and not letting my grandma get put out of her house that she's lived in for over eons of years. Teach me how to teach me.
Mm.
That's what you need to do. Teach me as a Black woman, or if I was a white woman, or if I was an Asian woman, or Indian woman. Teach me.
She's asking you a valid question. Do you have an answer for her, Mr. Research?
I think Sunny have her answer, and I don't want to interrupt Sunny. So I'm just.
No, I want you to tell me. This is not. I mean, I really want you to tell me.
Interrupting, Sunny.
I can interrupt if I want to, because you're not answering the questions. A lot of people have questions for you because we like we enjoy your content, but answer us. That's all we're saying. Answer the questions.
It don't seem like you want to answer, Sunny. It doesn't seem like you want.
Okay, so
let me say this. Wait, pause, everybody. Okay, so what I'm saying, I had to pause y'all or mute you guys. So what's happening is I'm looking at the chat and everywhere else. It looks like people are saying that Mr. Research is going around the question and not answering the specific question. Am I correct? Is that what's going on?
All right, Ms. T, you ask the question, Ms. T, and I'll give you a direct answer, Ms. T.
Okay, pause. So Sunny, what is the main question that the women want answered? So he can answer. And we can get out of here and listen to some music in a minute.
The only question is, like I said, teach us, like what is it? We don't want to hear about, this beautiful man, this beautiful woman. We want you to, answer the questions, like, like property, like, are you going to write a book? Tell us, teach us how to, do things. Just because you're single doesn't mean that you're not smart. It just means that some of us, may need like help in some. You don't have to be married to, sell a property. You don't have to be married to buy stocks. You don't have to be married to, do A, B, and C. You know what I mean? Just like simple things, like teach us. That's what I'm saying. Teach us. You don't have to be married to teach. You don't have, you can be single to teach. You don't have to be married. Who cares about the sexy Latina and the sexy this and that? Who cares? Teach us.
Okay. Mr. Research? Okay. Are you still there? Hello?
Yeah, T, I'm here. What's the question, T?
Did you hear the question?
What's the question?
You didn't hear the question? Oh my God.
No, there wasn't no question. She was saying.
That was a question. That's a simple
saying what
question.
I don't have to say. So telling me what I don't have to say is not a question. So what's the question?
Oh wow. You know what? Here for the tea. I'll let him say what he has to say. I'll be quiet. I'll let him say what he has to say.
Okay, you guys. I just, you know what? Let's just get out of here. This has been a great show, very interesting, beautiful conversation. I love the dialogue. Everybody is not going to agree with each other.
I love Mr. Research.
Yeah, like I love him.
He's cool.
I like Dialect, I like that he's not disrespectful because
Oh
some
no, he's
people,
not.
yeah,
No.
some people don't know how to have a conversation without calling women out their names. We've already witnessed that on this platform before.
Oh
So I'm just thankful that we didn't have to witness that with Mr. Research or Teron. What was his name? Teron? Mr. Poole?
yeah. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Mr. Poole. No, he was very respectful. Very
Everyone has
respectful.
been very respectful. Mr. Research, I appreciate your dialogue and everything that you brought to my platform tonight. We may have not agreed with everything that you said. A lot, me personally, I agreed with a lot that you said. Some of it, I was like, okay, on the fence, but a lot of it, I did agree with. I definitely appreciate you coming on. Looks like you're a newbie to my channel. I've never seen you here before, so I hope you enjoyed what you heard tonight, the commentary. I hope that you will subscribe and join in on other topics because there will be more topics to come that you may be interested in. Thank you for the super chat as well because you did not have to super chat me, especially being new to my channel. I don't know how new you are, or I don't even know how you found me, but I appreciate you for chiming in and sharing your thoughts. Thank you so much. The topic brought a lot of great dialogue, and that's what I'm here for. I am trying to branch out away from the beef, messy sector. I would prefer to talk about topics that are that makes more sense for our community to talk about, if you will, and not just the mess all the time. Yeah, so I appreciate you. Do you have any final words?
Well, I would invite you to I would invite you to come and speak to some of the ladies on my channel. They will let you speak. You're not going to be interrupted. You'll be able to get a full thought out. But there's quite a few ladies that come to my channel and they get to speak. So we have a lot of conversations on all types of things. But
all right, let me.
My thing is
no, go ahead.
My thing is a little bit structured where everybody get a chance to speak and what.
So do you feel that my platform was not? You don't feel like you were able to speak your opinion? I feel like.
I think you engaged me fairly as a host. I have nothing but applause for that. I think some of the other people were looking for gotcha questions and trying to tell me how I should answer as opposed to hearing my answer. Telling somebody what they should say and what they shouldn't say. I mean, that's not a true dialogue. I don't know what that is. That's why I kept asking, what is the question? Because telling somebody, hey, don't say this and don't say that, that's not a dialogue. But other than that, when you come on my channel, I'll invite all the ladies, and then we can have a conversation where we can hear your thoughts. And we can learn from that. And I won't talk at all.
Oh Lord, you so shady. But is this your channel right here that I'm showing on my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
This is your channel?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys, make sure you subscribe to Mr. Research if you're interested. I'll put his link below because I support whoever supports my channel. Make sure you subscribe to my channel, Mr. Research. I would love to come on your panel and talk about whatever. I'm pretty diverse in conversation. So I'm down.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely. That's his channel. Make sure y'all check him out. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for coming on my channel and sharing your thoughts and concerns about the topic at hand. And you have a beautiful night. Thank you so much. All right, Sunny B, do you have any final remarks? Sunny B, let me unmute you.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. What's going on?
I said I'm gonna go smoke. I meant no disrespect to him, but yeah, I liked him. I liked him. I'm just a woman that got, like I said, got all these brothers, and I just wanted to know, hey, can you teach me something? I mean, come on. That's
Right.
all. That's it.
Exactly.
That's all.
I get it. I totally
You
listen. I
know,
get it.
like when you said about the property, I didn't realize that. I didn't know it until I got the letters in the mail, and I was so happy you said something because I'm like, what do I do? How do I help my grandmother? What do I do at my dad's house? I'm like,
You don't
teach
have
me.
to sell. You don't have
You
to
know,
sell. Yeah.
you know.
They're trying to pressure us to sell our parents' properties.
Yes,
You don't
yes,
have to
2
do that.
letters. And
Yeah.
I'm like, dang, here for the tea, you know about this? I'm like, I got 2 freaking letters here. What do I do?
Oh, we get letters all the time. You got 2 letters? Oh, we have several.
Oh my goodness. I'm like, I'm so glad you said something.
It's
So
crazy.
I'm just, I'm gonna hold on to it and file it, and that's it. Because you, like I said, you'll see me on. You got to look up WPTV News in West Palm. Cause I'm not selling. I'm gonna sit under the mango tree. Whoop whoop.
Oh, that's right. Period.
Period. Pooh.
Period,
This
Pooh.
is a great topic. I loved it. I
Me
didn't mean
too.
to run him away, but I just wanted, what I like? Men, like, not just men, even women. Educate me. Educate me.
Me
Maybe I don't
too.
know how to do algebra. Maybe I don't know how to spell left or right. Teach me. Write it down. Call me, teach me, come to my house, or, email me, tell me how to do that stuff. That's what we need to do. If you're talking about, this woman, that man, that cat, that dog, teach me. Teach
That's
me
what I'm
how
saying.
to sell a property. Teach me how to call a lawyer. Teach me, how to write forms. Teach me how to, go to the courthouse and fill out this information. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
My
Yeah.
grandmother has gone through so much. When my grandpa died, I don't even want to call Social Security. I don't want to look at Department of Elder Affairs. It has been so hard.
Yeah.
This is what we need to do. We need to teach our boys and girls, nieces, nephews, how to do all this stuff. So thank you for saying that, because I get this letter and I'm like, what?
No,
You're
don't
making
panic. You don't panic. You don't have. They can't make you sell the property. They can't make you do
Oh
that.
my God. I got
If you already
a
own,
copy.
yeah.
Yeah.
If your people already own the property, they can't make you do anything.
Yes, we own it.
Yeah.
I own it. My father
My
passed.
parents own their property. My husband's people, his parents own their property. They can't make you sell if you don't want to sell.
Oh, you need to.
That's what I'm telling everybody.
Oh,
Stay
man.
strong. And if we really can, if we really can, and we put our money together, we could buy
Yeah.
up the whole block, honestly, because my husband, he has friends where his parents still live on the same block. So right now they're trying to get together to, figure
Buy
out a
the
way
whole
to
block.
save
Buy
the
the
whole
whole block.
neighborhood. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
They're trying to make it to where, like the other colored pink people can, even I'm light skinned, so most of my black friends call me pink anyway. So they be like, yeah, girl, you pink anyway. You black, but you pink. Just because of my skin complexion, but I am the blackest person. I am so pro-black. I am more pro-black than the black dark-skinned people.
You know what?
Damn, girl.
You pink, girl. You're a pink lady. You're a pink lady. It's okay.
Pink. I might be pink in complexion, but I am midnight black at heart, period.
There you go.
I am Harriet Tubman at heart. I am Martin Luther King. I am Malcolm X at heart. So, I mean, they can call me pink all day long, because of my skin complexion and because of my, my ancestors and my roots, because, I have white people on my dad's side of the family, and I get it. But my mom is a black woman, and I'm going to ride for the black woman all motherfucking day long. I don't give a fuck. Period.
all day long. Did you see Nana and her sisters? And
Okay.
my one aunt has blue eyes. Nana's eyes turned blue. I went to work one day and the girl was like, "Hey, your eyes blue." I said, "Girl, my eyes is light brown. You better get out of here."
Yes,
I
me
went to
too,
the
Tamika.
bathroom.
Me too, Tamika. I be trying to get darker, girl. Yes.
Yes.
That's
Turning
me.
blue
I be
and
I
yellow and
be want to
orange.
be a chocolate queen. Girl, I want to be a chocolate queen so bad. Listen, I want to be a chocolate queen so bad it don't make sense. Okay.
Oh my God, here from the tea. I just wanted to thank you for saying that because like I said, when I got those letters, I'm just like, what now? You know, what now? I'm tired of going to the courthouse. I'm tired of. Thank you here for the tea. Thank you.
Oh yeah, no problem, boo. Mika, what you got to say?
I was just
Mika?
can you
Oh, she just left. What happened? Come back, Mika. Let's do a quick intermission because I got a potty and I'll be right back.
Party break, guys. Go.
All right, we're back. Let me add Mika real quick. Hey, Mika, what's going on?
Hey y'all. No, I just wanted to say that all of us, women of color, whether we're light skin, brown skin, light brown skin, mocha, chocolate, dark chocolate, we are all black women as a whole. And we make up each other. We all have different backgrounds. We all have different nationalities and families that make us up. And let me just say this. My mother is a light skinned woman. She's like you and Sonny. My dad is like as dark as a black crayon. So half of my family on my dad's side, they're all dark. And then on my mom's side, everybody is light skinned. So I've
Okay.
learned to embrace both worlds. And
Me
so
too. Same thing with
I
me,
just
but it's opposite. Yeah.
and so there are some women out here that are of lighter skin tone in our culture that look down on our women that are darker skin. But
Oh,
me, I don't look down on any of us. I think that all black women are beautiful because I know some bad chicks that's dark as a black crayon, but they cold though. You know what I mean? And I know some nice looking light skinned women. So, and I'm just saying this to say that just embrace who you are, your complexion, your color, your beauty. As a whole, we are African American women and we are special, and can't nobody take that away from us.
oh. I'm gonna
Yeah.
go cry now.
Don't
And I'm gonna
cry.
drop down. And I'm just gonna drop down on
I
that because I
love
feel
it.
like
I
there's
love
a
it.
lot
I'm
of
gonna cry.
and that's another topic that we can do too here for the tea if you get time on
This
the
one.
colorism amongst each other as black women and how we discriminate against each other because of the tone, our skin tones.
Oh, that's
Because there is,
Mm,
like I said, some dark women, I'm not gonna say all, think that all lighter complected women look down on them, but that's not the case here. You know,
no, not
you know
at
what I
all.
mean?
Oh my God,
And
no.
so that's a topic that I think that we need to have because
wow.
I feel like our darker skinned sisters need to know that we love them as well.
Yes,
Mm.
that is a
That's,
Here for
beautiful
the
topic,
tea.
and we
Yes.
definitely gotta talk about
and
that.
my
That is
grandmother was
so.
as dark as my dad is, and I love that lady.
I know,
I
right?
love her.
Yes, like my
Wow.
mom's side of the
Tamika.
family.
And she's
and
from Shreveport,
darker.
Louisiana. That's where the roots came from. So
Yes.
so that's
Mhm.
where that came from. So the darker complexion, but she like her some little light bright men, you know. So like I
Yeah,
said, we're all
yeah, I don't know what that's
intertwined.
about, but everybody like the opposite complexion. Like me, I like dark skin.
Yeah, my mama, she like dark skinned men.
I can't help it, y'all. I don't know. I just
So,
Oh, that would be
like
but
an
I just want
awesome
everybody to know
subject.
that there's a universal love. All my dark skinned sisters out here, I love you too, Jackson. But to all of my dark skinned sisters out here and all of my light skinned sisters out here, I just want us to all come together and not look at each other as far as the skin color and just embrace each other with our personalities and our mindsets and trying to build each other and just not let our skin color keep us from building and forming friendships.
100. Thank you.
mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You guys are
Thank
welcome. I'm
you
gonna
so
drop
much.
down. I love y'all.
Love you
Love
too.
you.
Okay.
Wow, here for the tea. That would be so good. My daughter has had that problem. Like I've had that problem. You
Mhm.
know, I cannot help who how she was
I
birthed.
know. I've dealt with
And
that
I
too. Yeah,
love my baby. I love my baby, and
yeah,
she's like, Mommy, they used to call her all kinds of names in school, and because she's so tall too, they would call her giraffe and all that kind of stuff.
yeah.
I'm like, my baby is beautiful. She's so tall and
I used
slender,
to get called Big
you
Bird. I
know?
used to get called
Yes.
Big Bird and Lisa Simpson from The Simpsons because I was
My
yellow.
daughter, my
Big,
daughter. They
I have
they're
big
like,
yellow lips, but I have big pretty
oh,
eyes.
you're gonna see.
I have big pretty eyes, child. They're not ready for these beautiful big eyes, honey. But I have
Child,
big
let me
pretty
tell
eyes.
you, my baby is smart. She can change your tires, your oil, and everything else. They better leave my
Okay,
baby alone, okay?
leave her alone, honey. Period, because we'll customize. We'll customize.
Period.
Period.
I'm gonna call her, but then I'll send you a picture if she says it's okay if I can send you her picture.
Well, you know I won't show nobody hell.
Oh
You
no,
know.
no, no! I know you would never know. She's
And
just. It was just like she came home crying. She's like, "Mommy, they call me Big Bird." I say, "Girl, you child. Tell them to shut up.
okay,
Tell
what's
them to
going
shut
on?
up."
Okay.
Beautiful.
Oh, we got some more
Oh, my
people on the
baby.
panel. We got Boy Stop Capping and Love Between Nikki. Boy Stop Capping.
Yay! Boy, stop capping.
What's good, gang? What Kevin Samuels gone?
I don't know if he on
You
the
know what?
No, dude who just left. That wasn't Kevin.
Oh well, he kind of sounded like Kevin a little bit. You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
talking about it. It be these people education for me. That be the part that kill me. Like
I guess
y'all be
he's a high value man.
man. I don't, oh, okay. I know what that means in layman's terms, but okay. Woo.
He makes 500,000 or more. I guess is that a high value man? I don't know. What is his definition of a high value man? I don't know. What's a high
I
value
mean,
man?
high value got it must got to do something with the money because
Yeah,
what else is the value?
yeah. That's what it is. For men, it's always about the money. Hey,
Right.
Nikki, what's going on?
Hey girl.
Hey, girl.
I listen, I know you didn't do it, but
What I
somebody
didn't
blocked
hear.
me. Somebody blocked me. I've been trying to conversate the whole time. My
Who
super
blocked you,
chats, girl, I
sis?
don't know. My super chat's not going through. My
Wait
comments
a
not
minute. Who
going
blocked
through.
the super chats?
Girl, and I'm a member. Hello. Hello.
Wait a doggone minute now. We don't block super chats. We don't block people who send super chats and stuff.
Girl,
Girl,
I'm trying to tell you.
wait
Leave
I
super
didn't see
chat.
I didn't see any of my comments coming through. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, if you block me in all caps, I'm
no.
screaming at you.
Oh my
I did not
god.
forget what happened. Let me check. Let me see if I can oh Lord, what is going on, y'all? Can somebody tell me what's going
Oh
on?
god, look at Dr. Phil. Lord have mercy.
Hmm. Girl, so what were you listening to the topic while I figure out what's going on?
I
Girl.
listen, I was too distraught. I couldn't even concentrate. Okay. But
Oh, let me see if you blocked. Cause let me see. Okay, boom. Okay. No, that's not.
Oh, Miss
I
Nikki.
mean, here, listen. I don't have no. Here's my intake on anything. I don't have any discrimination on color. Whoever love me, whether they green, purple, red, blue, or silver. You know,
Mhm.
if they love me and treat me right, hey, from what I can get from the conversation that was going on, and me being a start at the same time and trying to figure out what the hell is going on, I have not dated outside my race, but I have what you call it, did the nasty outside of my race, I guess you could say.
Ooh, girl, how was that?
Listen, you know
You
what?
know what? Let's get out of here and start over. Y'all ready to come back? Cause listen,
Yes,
it's about to go down. Boy, stop giving me some of that.
Hey,
Listen, I'm gonna piggyback off you, bro, because you had a real
Oh,
hey,
yes.
situation last
hey,
night.
Oh,
I'm
Miss
I'm gonna
Nikki,
come back.
yes.
I'm gonna come back as long as you don't have Tommy Sotomayor.
Okay, yeah, we
All
we
right.
on a different vibe to this.
Okay, the Sotomayor. Ooh, man.
I forgot blocked you. I don't know who blocked you,
Girl, but I
me,
was blocked, huh?
but
Yeah, they
somebody
be
you was in
everywhere.
my block. You was in my block nation, and I remember blocking you in my block nation
Exactly.
because
Somebody
I'm
did
very
that shit.
particular about who I block. So I don't know what happened, but I have quite a few. Y'all want to see who I block? Who
Yeah.
would is it?
Oh,
You know,
Lord.
I'm gonna say that for my members only. I'm gonna say that for my members only. I'm gonna show y'all who all I
Hello.
block. That's gonna be a
Hello.
members only segment. Y'all gonna see who
Oh,
all I block.
I don't see how
Period.
you can block members. Like,
Storm.
what the fuck?
Say
Oh yeah, it's
hi.
going down. I'm gonna show y'all everybody I blocked in my members nation. Y'all finna get the exclusive shit.
Oh, Lord.
Y'all finna see. Y'all finna see all the trolls, okay?
Girl.
Those trolls are, oh, God. The trolls.
Yes, honey. Oh, it's a
I'm still
mess.
in my feelings a little bit, but I'm gonna get out in a second. Let me take 2 more sips.
Yes, what you sipping on, Nikki? Cause I'm sipping.
Girl, all I do is clear all day, and tonight is Tito's.
I know that's right. You know what? I've been sipping wine all night, but I think I'm finna get me some Tito's. What else y'all sipping
I
on?
like
What y'all
Tito's.
slam
Tito's
drinking
is
in
good.
the chat real quick before we get out of here and start
Red
it over?
wine.
Start over.
Red wine.
Me too. That's what I'm sipping. Red wine.
Support Tito's. Tito's helps the animals.
I love Tito's because it's gluten free and all that stuff.
And they donate that to the animal community.
Mm.
Yes,
Yep.
ma'am.
Storm
you
said
have-
thank you.
Okay, Storm, you welcome, Storm.
Oh, he held his head up. Oh. He said thank you guys. He's like, thank you for supporting Tito's
Crazy.
Yes. Yes,
Oh
he
my
drinks
God.
too. Oh,
Oh my
this dog.
God. So we finna get into the after show.
Ew, Storm.
We're gonna get into the after show, and then if y'all want to hear a song, for y'all can super chat or whatever. But let me know. And who's gonna come back to the after show? We can, talk. We can play music. We can do all those things.
Yay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, Storm. She said thank you.
Can we smoke in your house? Because I don't go to people's house. We can't smoke in there.
Yeah.
I don't normally do that.
We need a smoker's room. We need a
Right, I
smoker's room.
normally uninvite myself to them type of parties.
No,
Oh my God. Oh, here for the tea.
What's
Oh my
up?
God. The smoke. Oh my God. The dispensary. I probably can't say it. I ain't gonna say it.
What? Okay, well you can say it after hours, okay? I'm gonna let you come in and tell it in the after hours.
Oh, let me tell you about
Y'all
it.
can say what y'all
Yes.
want to say in the after hours, okay?
Yes.
All right. All right. Well, let me get out of here. Thank y'all so much for tuning in to
Thank
this show.
you.
It was
Thank
great.
you
It was
guys.
beautiful. I appreciate everybody's comments and their opinions. I love everybody. Make sure you hit the subscribe button if you enjoy the content. Like, share, and subscribe. Until next time, thank you for being here for the tea.